Welcome to the morning show.
It says live.
Yeah, in the upper left of my screen.
Says
Hmm.
live stream. Yes. Hello.
What's up?
All right. Um, Go ahead with the State of the Union. I seen it. We seen it together, basically.
Yeah. I mean,
Didn't
just
watch it.
nothing was true. Essentially, everything was just exaggerations or just complete lies. I honestly don't know how like all the other people are fully grown adults and just aren't embarrassed by backing this guy up. Like people like, Pam Bondi, and I could just list the entire cabinet, but yeah, just essentially everybody.
I
That's
was I was laughing when everybody was like sitting down. When all the Democrats are sitting down and everybody else is standing up and they're just looking around at each other.
yeah. And then Trump was like, "These people are crazy." It's like, no, you're the fucking crazy one. You're just pulling random numbers and stats out of your butt, and then you expect everybody to just cheer and clap and kiss the ring and bow down to you. Like, dude, that's not
Well,
that's not
I
how
mean,
being a president works.
isn't that every State of the Union address? It seems like it seems more regal, like more kingly for a president, which he is not supposed to be. And this is with every president now. They march him in, they announce his name, they clap for him. Oh yes, and oh, you're so great. Oh, we love you. And the other side boos for him. Ooh, we hate you because you're on the other side. Ooh. And it's just such a, you know,
Yeah, it's like how did we become so split like over the last decade or so? Like obviously there's two different parties, they have different opinions. That's the whole point of it, right? So they're not going to agree, but it just seems like now even if it's a good idea, people are just immediately like, "Oh, the opposite party that I agree with thought of it. I hate it." Like it's just instant, like nobody gives it like a chance or anything like that. And that's I mean, it definitely showed during the State of the Union. I mean, then they showed like the whole crowd, like the big pan shot or whatever, and it would be literally the Republican side would be just standing up, cheering, clapping, and then the Democrat side would just be sitting there like, okay, is this over yet? Like not even like the only time that they both like cheered and clapped at the same time was like for the World War II veteran, and then when they mentioned the hockey team,
Yeah,
like that was pretty much the only like agreements that the two sides had for the 2 hour 2 hour speech.
yeah, they did stand for that. That guy took 100 years just to get the Medal of Honor. That's messed up.
Yeah, that's what I was
Waited
thinking
all
too.
this
I was like,
time.
dude, I was like, how many other
No,
people like fought
he's
with
a
him or
hundred
fought through
years
that
old.
same?
It wasn't 100 years that he was waiting. He's 100 years
Oh,
old. Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. They waited until he got 100 years old to give it to him.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it almost felt like it was just like Trump putting on a show. Like it was just kind of like he got it by default because he just happened to live this long. Like
Well, that was
he didn't do all that stuff solo. There were other soldiers, fighting next to him. There were other people that went through the same, if not worse, stuff. It's just they aren't alive, so we'll just give it to this guy so I can make a big political show and say patriotism and blah blah blah, all the BS that
here's your
Nazis made
medal
up.
for not dying.
there are not,
Yeah,
there are normally specific dedicated ceremonies to Medal of Honor recipients. It is highly abnormal to have the Medal of Honor be presented um, to a service member in a State of the Union address. That's just not how it's done, not how it's really ever been done. It's not
Yeah, I
to
mean
say that's not how it's supposed to be done, that it
yeah,
can't be done that way, but it's just highly abnormal. And it's kind of gross that Trump was talking about how he's always wished he had one of those, and
yeah, that yeah,
he'd give it to himself if he could, or something.
especially since he
Like, come on, man, that so massively cheapens the entire concept of the Medal of Honor for a president to say that he kind of wishes he could give it to himself.
yeah,
I
especially
That
think
since
I
was
he
saw.
crazy.
dodged the draft a ton of times too during Vietnam. It's like you're gonna give
He
yourself
said,
that when
he
your
said, I
bitch
wish I
ass
could have
back.
gave it to myself, but I checked first and I can't.
Yeah.
The
If
fuck?
it was supposed to be a joke, it didn't land, and it's really gross. And it, like I said, it feels to me like it cheapens the entire idea of the Medal of Honor for him to, mention in any way that him, having one, or him wishing he had one himself. That's just not presidential, not leaderly.
Yeah, I mean the whole speech was supposed it uh, by its own name, State of the Union. You're supposed to talk about how the country is doing. He didn't. All he did was just list all these, terrible stories that happen to families and try and use it as a thing to, disparage immigrants and foreigners and things like that. The whole thing was just, a prop for him to be like patriotism, USA, go America. Like he didn't talk about he barely talked about the economy or anything important actually having to do with the country. And when he did, all it was doing was bitching and complaining about poor him. Nobody likes his ideas, and the Democrats are ruining the country and terrible things. It
We
wasn't
are
even actually talking about the country. It was just him, his usual rants and bullshit that he posts
we are
at
all
2 a.m. on
familiar
social.
with who Donald Trump is.
Yeah.
He's been around a long time, and if you haven't caught on by now, you're probably
You're never going to.
no. He he's a shyster, and he sold everyone the Brooklyn Bridge. So we got a few more years of this. And is there anything else we should be worried about? I mean, uh,
Yeah.
well, I did see, uh, the polling. All this polling is in the toilets. I mean, but that doesn't bother him, I don't think.
No, because to him, they're fake polls and fake news, and anything that doesn't agree with him doesn't make him, be the best human being in the world. It's fake. It can't be true because
Well,
he's perfect. He's Jesus, basically, in
no
his mind.
poll
So,
can ever be perfect. Like, by
oh yeah,
definition, any
definitely.
statistic um, is imperfect, and it's not. I don't know.
But
Political
Yeah,
they're not
science is
fake.
not
Like I understand.
science. It's not scientific. It's just
Yeah, like
the
when you see the
creative
polls and it,
application of statistics to push an agenda both ways. Either both sides do it and use it, and
yeah,
neither.
yeah, I know. But
Yeah,
under
it's
Obama
just
and Biden, we didn't have abortion clinics shutting down and the government in our health, and we didn't have the government murdering people in the streets.
well, many argue
That's
that the
the
abortion
escalation
clinics
of
were the
government
lesser evil
interference.
than the health care that they were providing. That abortion, I mean, that's kind of straying into a fundamentally different argument that whether abortion is murder or not. But
It is murder. I don't care.
and
It's a right.
so I don't agree that murder is a right.
All right, fine, but it was legal,
Mm.
and it's going to hurt a lot of people now.
I think I don't know. I don't. I think that's a really dangerous mindset to just accept
But
that murder is legal. If
in
you
the
accept that abortion is murder, then I think
can
that it should, by definition, accept that it should be illegal. Murder is
fantastic.
illegal by the
Um,
United States Constitution. If you
super.
push the
Uh,
United States Constitution as the authority of legality, then you have to accept the abortion clinics being shut down.
well, you're killing uh, a lot a life form, but you're not really killing a person. It's,
It's a human.
What about if
I
the mom's
If
life
guess.
it's
is at
alive,
danger?
then it's human. If it's human DNA, if it's human cells dividing, propagating, if that's alive and that's an individual, then that's a human.
But
Yes.
what if the mom's life is at danger for health reasons, and if she
Right.
doesn't have that?
I was gonna say that I just leave it up to the mom. The woman gets that choice what to do with her body, so I leave it at that. It isn't hurting
I'm not
me, so I
arguing
wouldn't.
the health of it. I just was pointing out the philosophical endpoint of those statements that had been made.
But I
So
respect
I,
that. You know,
I
I respect your view because it is.
well, I
It,
didn't
it,
say it's my view either. I just was following
okay. Oh, okay.
the
I assume too much. If someone hates it because it's murder, fine, whatever. But don't take it away because
Right.
uh, because it's on your team, because it's on Team R. So ergo, we must take it away.
Yeah, because then it boils down to like religion, and that's just your personal belief. It's not an actual like thing. Like if we start to get into that, then
I mean,
Muslims can be like,
if
we
the
shouldn't sell
personal
pork in
beliefs are
grocery stores.
true, then that is an actual thing, though. That's that's a whole different argument. Religion,
How many Republicans do you think actually are pro-choice?
I don't know, a
Uh,
I
lot.
don't.
I think plenty,
yeah, I was gonna say I don't know. Maybe a
way,
lot though.
way
I
enough to
think.
make
I think
more
it's
than the
more than
majority.
there's tons of dumb shit that the Democrats do that no, I wouldn't. But I stand for that side for certain reasons, and
I don't
hopefully,
think that there should be this side or that side in
Yeah,
that
I'm more
uh,
sense.
Bernie
I think
Sanders.
that there should be a lot more political parties, a lot more nuance in the discourse, because otherwise it's just, just forcing these points of
Division.
acceptance of the lesser of two evils in every single issue, as opposed to being able to accept a little bit of give and take in things if there was actual choices.
I uh,
But
I
third
think it's kind of a
parties are only ever seen as election ruiners uh, ever since Al Gore lost to W.
Bush.
But that's not to say that any of the positions. Um, gosh, I'm blanking on his name right now. The guy he was running against. Um,
Al Perot or
Was it Ross Perot? Yep.
Ross Perot. I don't know why I said Al Perot. Or
No,
Lyndon
Perot was, I think, Bush Senior,
Al
right, back in
or
the 90s.
Ross something.
Wait, say that again.
I gotta look that up. I feel like that's
No,
ever since
Perot
that
was, I think,
election. It's
92.
just it's been seen as kind of crazy
There's
to
a
think of
really crazy
that
guy
sort of
named
thing.
Lyndon LaRouche. He was a precursor to Ross Perot, and LaRouche was pretty wacky.
There was a Ron Paul too. He ran as an independent in like '04, I think, or '08.
Is he
Um,
still around?
I don't know. I know Rand Paul, his brother,
Yeah.
is still yeah, is still in Congress, but I don't know about Ron. But yeah, I
Yeah.
did vote
We
for
got
him. That's why I said I'm more of like a Bernie Sanders fan. Like he's, in between. Like he's not afraid to like talk out against, both sides if he doesn't agree. He just says his
yeah.
opinion. He doesn't really have a side,
Yeah, I know. He's a wonderful fundraiser, but in reality, he would not work.
Yeah, I know, because nobody really agrees with him because he like
No, I agree
annoys
with
both
him.
sides. Oh no, I'm saying I do, but I mean like people in Congress or like nobody really
But
worked with him on
um,
stuff that he pushes forward because nobody, yeah, he just pokes both sides with his stick.
I
that's
got
the problem.
go
You
ahead.
have to. Oh, sorry. Go. Go.
No, I was gonna say go ahead. I just got some comments here. I was gonna let you guys know. We got a few comments. Go ahead.
You have to make compromises in legislature, and it seems no one's doing that. They're not even. Uh, they're not even for tiny bills to pass the budget. Passing the budget was understood. Even we've only had uh, shutdowns, only a few of them in over the past century, but in the past decade, what we've had four or five, and something.
It's because
Yeah,
now they're all trying to be, sneaky. They try and like tack on these little things, onto the bill at the end. And then the other side obviously doesn't agree with it, like say for example, just using this as an example because we were talking about it. But say, they pass the budget and then one side wants to tack on the end something about abortion clinics. And then it's just like, shit, like if I don't pass the budget, then we're going to shut down. But if I do pass it, then that means I'm, agreeing with, this thing that they tacked on at the end. And they try and like pull these, little sneaky things. I'm not saying one side does it more than the other. Both sides do that bullshit. And that's
uh-huh.
the reason that we have so many like, yeah, division and arguments and shutdowns now is because, yeah.
I think a big problem. I mean, in my opinion, it would be that it's an issue of scale. The federal government was not intended to function at the scale that it is. The Constitution, as it was outlined, was supposed to frame a smaller federal government and leave more leeway to the states to define for themselves, and in that sense, then I think a lot more diversity of opinion could, you know, exist rather than the federal government pushing, you know, no abortions. You know, if that wasn't a federal issue, then there would be states that still have, or states that don't. and they wouldn't have. It would have been that way for a long time. But the federal government has grown, and I think that perhaps a lot of that happened post World War II. I don't know.
Got a couple comments here. They're both by Jeff. He says this is not the first time parties have been split, but not as nasty. And another time he said, I know people that know him and have worked for him. He's just the same as he was. Jeff, I'm right there with you. There's always been this division.
Has it ever been so nasty, though? Has it ever been that I refer
No.
again to the budget shutdown? They're just
Oh,
not doing their job. This is a basic, this is like the most basic thing. Like you go into your job and you're supposed to make coffee for your boss every day. That's like the simplest thing, or even turn on a light, and they're not doing their job. They're not funding the country. They're not paying for anything.
the
And
federal government was the budget was balanced under Clinton, wasn't
it
it?
was.
That's how
And
is that? How have we gotten so far from that? Like that would be a dream. How much more would be possible if we weren't shackled by federal debt and interest payments?
Right.
special interests, really. And to address the yes, the federal government did explode after World War II. That's only because FDR had to readjust for such a nation that was expanding not only in population, but because of the war. He,
Nuclear age.
yeah, obviously, yeah, and the military and the military-industrial complex, which came
Yeah.
after that.
I mean,
Everything,
that basically is the like the shadow government behind the scenes. A lot of, either
Yep.
side is, strings are attached to
and of course, the biggest thing that takes up
shadow.
money. No, I don't know if it's the biggest thing, but Social Security and Medicare, everything, all fantastic things that make this country great. But that's what,
No, we don't need those things. Screw that, dude. We got to spend $4 trillion on missiles every year. Fuck
Well,
healthcare.
that's an issue that really should be discussed and is kind of glossed over, is that the building the missiles and the price of them and talking about selling them, um, those are American made missiles. Those are things we actually do. Those are part of the GDP. Um, if we cut military spending, we cut a lot of American jobs in the defense um, industry. And that's the military industrial complex that Eisenhower warned about, that our government is dependent on an economic, or in an economic sense, on the military spending, on what the military needs and does and says. And um,
But it doesn't.
American jobs depend on building these bombs, building these aircraft, sending them overseas, building them with um uh uh what tax credits, sending them over to um uh overseas nations for their defense
I'm not
Basically
saying.
buying them from ourselves on behalf of third party nations in order to keep American jobs going.
See,
And
I'm not
those are
saying just to stop spending the money in general. That money just needs to go elsewhere. Like
right.
I
And
work I
so
work
those
I
are
work at a
American
public I work at
jobs
a
that
public
would be lost
no, they
if
wouldn't.
those
They
dollars
wouldn't
go
be law.
elsewhere. Those jobs are in the defense industry. Those specialists work in military technologies. If we stop building those very sophisticated missiles, the people who are specialized in building very sophisticated missiles would not have the demand for their skills, their very, very specialized skill set. And you
Gonna
can't
build
just
fucking
say, oh,
missiles around here.
we'll spend this
Okay,
money
so
on
so the three
farming
teachers
instead and then have a missile technician specialist, assembly specialist just go and work in the farm and know how to do what they need to do out there. There's a very technical, specialized skill set in industrial scale agriculture that we have here in America too.
I mean,
Yeah.
first of all, there's a difference between building rockets and working in a farm mill. You don't have to do that. And not everyone's a rocket scientist. These people who are uh, who are just army soldiers. They can just why don't why don't all these people just be teachers? Why don't we take that money,
thank you.
invest
That's
it?
exactly what I was going to bring up. We had to let
Right.
go three teachers last year at the school I work with. How come? Why is it okay for those American jobs to be lost because of budget cuts and not people building missiles? Like my hours got cut as well. We're super short staffed. There's hardly any funding for extracurricular activities at the school that I work at. But we can build a missile that's going to go sit over in the Middle East and never get used over the next 3 decades.
I
And
mean,
gonna scare us for
that's your governor
Why
that
can't
you should be angry at. That's the state that runs the individual schools down at the teacher level. That's
but we
not
get federal
that's not
funding as
jobs
well.
that are connected to the Department of Defense that are, you know, in
Well, if all of our citizens are sick and not getting treated, if all of them are uneducated because there's no funding for school, then what's the point of having missiles what are we defending? A bunch of sick, dumb, ignorant people?
seems like they're
It doesn't
pushing
matter
them.
if we have 1,000 missiles around guarding me right now. If I'm sitting here and I don't understand English, I can't write, and I'm having seizures and my pancreas is inflamed, then what's the point of defending that? And that's just my situation. I'm just using that as an extreme example, but you know what I'm trying to say. Like there has to
Yeah, I
be an
feel
in
you.
between
interchangeable
having,
with the
but yeah, but there has to be an in between not having enough, funding to teach kids music and spending $4 trillion on missiles. And I'm being Donald Trump and making up numbers and pulling them out of my ass. But just to prove
Yeah,
the
because
point.
it's
But you know what I'm trying to say, basically, right?
yeah.
Like there has to be an in between. Take some of that money from defense, put some of it back into education. Let's start to balance things out. But we can't because the sides are so divided right now, and one wants one thing, the other wants the other thing, and they never get to the middle.
But I mean, both sides do contribute to the complex, the industrial they both do. They both every
Oh
year
yeah,
when
neither
the
side's
budget
perfect. That's why I said I don't like either side.
every year when the budget comes up for military, they both give it more money, and they both we're gonna did they raise the money for ICE, or I forget. Are we still shut down?
I don't know where that ended up. They were going back and forth on cutting it and then giving it extra, and yeah, I don't know where that ends up right now.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. Um, yeah, you guys. The next topic was, I think we were going to talk about AI again. What'd you have to say again, Mark? I forgot. You said you had something you want to double back on.
I don't know. I missed a whole chunk of the conversation there at the
I'll
end.
be back.
My connection kicked out, so I don't know what was.
Oh no, I'm saying we were going to double back to AI. Remember, you said you wanted to continue the conversation about AI. So we're going to let you start that.
I don't know what was said while I was out. I don't know if I necessarily feel settled in the whole issue there.
Well,
Might have to wait
take a
till
minute.
James gets back, but go ahead, Kevin. You know some. And there's the smallest amount of politics. I'm going to jump in when I do know something, but it is
I'll
very
add some.
interesting to hear.
I'll add something else too. This might be interesting. You might find this interesting about AI. Um, what was that acronym? The GSOR, so something. This is from the military now. They did strategy planning, game theory. It's um, it's a strategic plotting of all sorts of war, and in 95% of these situations, uh, AI suggested using nuclear war or arms. So, and there's, yes, lots of problems with how AI interprets information, but it seems that there's a huge escalation risk with AI and in the military. And it, if these are weapons that can make decisions on some level, uh, it seems they have uh, they turned they're they like to it's not the word, they have a tendency to
Inclination towards.
destruction, appetite for destruction. They have an appetite for destruction. Yeah.
How much of that is because we've always written everything we've written about AI is tending to suggest to it that, or is this a different type of neural network? Is this something that's like not the LLMs, the chat GPT and everything that are running it?
Yeah. Let me look at this again. Uh, uh, when they're doing the war games, essentially. Um, mm, mm, mm. Yeah. Uh, the I mean, the short answer is yes. They can. The short answer on having any effect on military function. That's the short. It's yes. I mean, they hmm, because there's no real human accountability, and it doesn't matter uh, loops or codes we put in there. What matters is we've taken the human decision out. See? Uh, and if the robot likes to escalate and it like it, they have put in some guardrails, but uh, yeah, this is very, very um
Well, I think um, a conclusion to be drawn from that is not to hand over the trigger, but the trigger to what? Like, is this something that is intrinsic to the nature of the neural network programming itself to go off on its own, to go out of control?
well,
In the large language model paradigm that comes about in the form of hallucinations and weapons technology strategy, when it's simulated increasingly large um, triggers, they tend towards going out of control again. You know, when they're given the trigger to nuclear weapons, they
oh,
eventually use. But is that something that
they
is
don't
different
they
from
don't actually have the trigger to nuclear weapons. This is not the movie War Games. Um,
right?
it's
But
it's
this
just
to use them? Is that what
hmm,
the
it's
suggestion to use force?
it's a strategy game, War Games. It's not like the actual movie War Games. If you've seen it, not you haven't seen War Games?
Yeah, I have. Yeah,
Okay, cool.
just I
Well,
thought that.
this is
Right.
This is war games what that they're using AI for. And militaries are discovering unconventional tactics they never thought of. And so that's a good thing, obviously. If
I
a
mean,
model like GCTR consistently finds a winning move through a specific flank or cyber attack, commanders incorporate that into their real world contingency plans. But this model, the GCTR, uh, uh, it suggests 95% of the time using um, nuclear arms and 90 this simulation is mostly serves as a warning to keep humans in the loop for all lethal decisions.
yeah, but that's wait. Okay.
Because the
Um, I see an article here from says 2 hours ago. AI really likes.
because it has pattern recognition. AI uses game theory to determine if an adversary's movement is fake or genuine.
I'm sorry. My connection is bad. dropped out there for a second. Did you give the?
Yeah,
Oh,
sorry, I missed that, whatever it was.
no, I missed what you were saying. I saw that you were talking. I was just looking at an article over here. I was thinking maybe, I don't know, is it could you tell me the name of your, or give me your article? Because I
A
see one here
model?
that was only from 2 hours, an article that was posted only 2 hours ago. It's talking about AIs using
Okay.
or using nuclear weapons in war, liking to use it. But this seems like it's talking about like Claude and Grok.
Okay. Yeah, nothing simple
Like,
like that. That's way beyond, way,
yeah.
well, they use the, something called the, okay, all right. If country A uses AI to speed up its OODA loop, country B must do the same to survive. This creates a situation where two AIs are playing against each other at speeds humans can't follow, potentially leading to an accidental dental war, a flash crash of international security system.
Yeah, that's an interesting problem though, because at this point, weaponry and war technology is increasingly becoming computerized, and um, to that end, AI agents and weaponry, when we're not talking about like actual physical feet on the ground, you know, guns firing, but instead talking about computer systems and communications with, um, between all of this. I mean, the electronic interconnectedness of everything these days in the military is an advantage only so long as it remains unpenetrated. And if um, deep learning models are capable of being targeted to prod for um, weaknesses in these sorts of electronic safeguards that we have on our own electronic weaponry, then um, uh, then
Yes, that is the biggest problem is a cybersecurity attack on the country. It's not really uh, a nuclear attack, believe it or not. I think it would be a cybersecurity attack.
and infrastructure in our own like homeland, like they could
Yeah, because
corrupt power grids and
they can hack
water.
into those very easily. We are a little behind in updating that.
And we're out on the internet bragging about that, broadcasting it to the entire world that our systems are weak at a time, just like we're doing right now. Here, we're telling
Mm,
everybody there's
no,
uh, it's a lot harder though to find something there, but getting a lot easier, apparently. How do we stop that? Except through the development and construction of our own AI model agents, security agents of sorts, let's say, to counter that, or, just like the threat of nuclear weapons deterrence, our own offensive electronic agents and capabilities, and you know, breaking into and down hostile nations. Stuff, I guess, are
suggest using a light touch with certain things. Perhaps not have ships all over the world, but I mean, um,
yeah. I mean, we got like I don't know. There's a sort of like flourish to an American fighter dropping a bomb on something that kind of advertises, this is what happens to, you know,
you mean like
somebody, anybody. And then, on the other hand, an adversary might not have the luxury of such a broadcast and therefore have to go through more subtle infrastructure cyber attacks.
well, that is something I would definitely invest in is more cybersecurity experts and less missile people. Yeah, so many missiles we're selling them.
I don't know. Keep the missile people, but
Oh yeah.
send them over to build rockets. Change the payload.
Where are we going to shoot rockets?
Space.
Oh, I thought you meant.
I mean, yeah, I didn't mean
Ah,
military, keep them in the. But yeah, I mean the only difference between a missile and a rocket is the payload, essentially. When we're talking about like the scale, the commercial rocketry here in the United States versus military missile technology. This,
there's,
do you put an explosive payload at the end of it or not? But the the concepts behind and the physics behind a missile are the physics of rockets. So that's part of why American uh, spacefaring companies are so good and so far ahead of foreign countries, because we snatched up all the Nazis, Werner von Braun and friends, and employed them, and all of those lessons learned have been passed down, and now American uh, space and missile uh, technologies are first class, top of the class. So yeah, build more moonshot rockets, build less.
I know you're a big rocket guy. It's just I gotta repeat this. So there's nothing out there. There's nothing out in space. I'm
Yeah,
all for sending it.
that's why we gotta send rockets out there.
Is it like what? Is this going to be like one of those silly 1950s science films where they're like We're battling Chinamen on the moon for, America owns the moon, you know.
Uh, I don't know, but there are um uh, I mean, isn't there material resources on the moon that could be useful for fusion, like the raw fuels and stuff, helium? Um, if we finally ever get around to perfecting uh, fusion technology, we need the molecules to fuse, and that's been an argument for the moon. I thought, I don't know, maybe it's not. Maybe that's also science fiction.
We are running out of the noble gases, I think. So, um, yeah, it makes me very sad every time I go into a store and I see a helium balloon. I'm like, oh God, we're not gonna have MRI machines in 20 years because we wasted all the argon or helium on
Funny
balloons.
voices.
Yeah.
Huh. To make fun voices.
Yeah, just like helium can raise the pitch of a voice, the heavier noble gases can pitch down the voice. And noble gases are inert, biologically inert. They don't interfere, interact with anything. So they're generally safe to inhale and exhale briefly. Don't hold your breath with it forever. But when you exhale and talk with a heavier noble gas, uh, the weight of those molecules being heavier than what you would normally speak with are shifted downward. So, yeah, it's um, a little physics fun fact that's not not something you should try at home.
Wait, say that again?
Not something you should try at home.
What?
Yeah, don't go getting some argon and try inhaling it just to see how your voice sounds.
Where the hell are you gonna find argon?
I don't know, but don't do it. Gotta,
Um,
you say that, but somebody says, "Hey, I got a guy. I got knows a guy. I don't know,
um,
a welder maybe."
Well, that kid might end up being a scientist because you know, what he wants to do. Good for him.
Yeah,
look who back.
if
Look who's
a
back.
child is interested enough in that experiment, I think that might be worth expending
Hmm.
a little bit of noble gases. Science education.
Um, there was something else that Mark had for James before we moved on.
Yeah, what's up?
I forgot what
Just
it was.
wanted to give you a moment to discuss anything about the upcoming racing season. Any any thoughts you have on what's been happening so far? You were saying that the IndyCar is coming up. Formula One testing has just gone on. It was over in Bahrain, right?
Yeah, they had two. They had one in the track in Barcelona, and then they had one, yeah, in Bahrain. But yeah, the one in Barcelona was like a private kind of one because they had a whole new like set of rules and regulations for the cars this year. So they let all the teams just kind of do a shakedown to test stuff and make sure it was functioning all right. But I'm super excited about the new Cadillac team. That's going to be awesome.
Oh, I
So,
did not know about that. That's pretty cool.
so Formula One.
brand new team from starting from scratch, full factory team backed by GM and Cadillac. So they're finally an American team based out of here.
Top down in-house GM team.
Yep.
That's
The
really
headquarters
cool.
they're in Indiana, where the GM like their main race stuff is.
What do you have to do to get in this race? Qualify, for your car. Can I take my 94 Taurus in there and qualify?
You'd be
Wait,
lapped before you finished your first lap.
so Formula One is the car where there's like a person in the middle. I was gonna say four wheels, but all cars have four wheels.
Not all. There was a Formula One car that
Well,
had 6 wheels back in the 70s. It had
okay.
What?
It had 4 front wheels and two rear.
Wow.
Oh yeah. I remember seeing something about that now. Yeah,
Yeah,
I remember.
Tyrrell
I think that
70.
was
The
featured in.
Tyrrell, the P73 or P77. I can't remember the model name now, but yeah.
There was
Yeah,
something.
the regulations for Formula One are open air um, uh, vehicle, um,
Yeah, that's what I
open
meant
wheel
to say.
vehicle, and they have to be basically um, bespoke race cars at this point. The regulations are so complicated that you need a wind tunnel, and the regulations are down to um, restrictions on the shape of the aerodynamics of the front wing and the rear wing. The features are so complicated that you know um, yeah, like a lot of the technical restrictions in the Formula One, you have to be um, a Formula One engineer in order to really fully appreciate what a lot of it requires from.
Yeah, the cars look similar, but you pretty much, other than like the wheels and the seat belts, nothing would swap over between cars mostly. And there's a few components, like a couple teams might use the same engine manufacturer, but generally I would say like 95% of the parts on each of the cars aren't compatible with the car sitting right next to them on the track. It's like Mark was saying, I mean, these teams have, full size, massive, wind tunnels, huge, simulators that they, test and practice on in between races to test, setups and new parts and everything. And yeah, it's so far, the article about a week ago that I read, like I was saying, there's a brand new Cadillac team. They haven't, their first race will be, the first one here. So they haven't done a single lap in a race. They did testing, but so far they've spent um a, literally almost $1 billion was what GM is saying. They've dumped nearly $1 billion into this Formula One project. So 2 cars on the racetrack cost GM $1 billion. That's how much money goes into this.
Is that a
This
car and a
I don't know
backup?
much about
team, or are they running two vehicles on the track at the same time?
Yeah, that's part of the rules. Each team has to have two cars out there
Okay,
on the track.
okay.
Uh, so yeah, so every team has two drivers for it. So yeah, Cadillac has Valtteri Bottas and Sergio Perez this year. And then right now, in the Formula Two, kind of like I don't know what to like compare it to, like minor league series. It's like just below.
The feeder
Yeah,
course.
exactly. Yeah, the feeder series. So right now, they have an American driver. He raced in IndyCar for years now, Colton Herta. So he's in F2 right now. He's just kind of getting experience with those types of cars and everything. And then within a couple of years, if does well enough, he's supposed to move up to the Formula One team. So for the first time in decades, we'll have an American driver with an American team back in Formula One. Which I'm excited because there hasn't been an American driver for quite some time, and even then, the last couple have been not such great drivers.
Not competitive.
Yeah,
Yeah. I
but the
mean,
one that raced for
even
Red Bull back,
reaching a Formula One team is a pretty big um, achievement, considering how many people want to drive race cars and how many uh, Formula One teams there are. Like
yeah, exactly. Only
that's
20, or well, now that Cadillac's there, 22. There's only 22 people in the entire world that get to do that each year. Out of all the racing
Um,
series. Yeah, exactly like you said, out of just all the people that want to do it. So if you make it to that, even if you're like, toward the back of the field, the back of the grid, it's still like an amazing, achievement that you get to drive, that car. They're by far the fastest cars on,
um,
yeah.
yeah. I
so
mean,
these
they're
are
basically only comparable to fighter jets, fighter pilots in terms of the G forces that they experience when they're driving, making corners and stuff. You gotta like hold your breath and push and
Yeah.
clamp down and
Yeah, one of the turns at the Belgian track, Eau Rouge, not only does it curve, you're like flat out, but it curves, but it also has about a 20-meter an elevation change. So you have the side forces and the what's it called? Not lateral,
vertical.
the vertical. There we go. I don't know why I blanked. The vertical forces too. Um, and they have, sensors and everything on the car, and they get over 5 Gs, which is just fighter. That's basically fighter pilot numbers. Like that's the only time, even like like a crazy roller coaster or something usually will only be like two and a half or something. So there's just no comparison. I mean, 5 Gs, even if you weighed, say you weighed 200 pounds, that means your body then has the force of 1,000 pounds. So that's why, yeah, when people say like, oh, race car drivers just sit there and turn, like, no, dude, if you tried to do it, your neck would just be like, would be like a noodle after like 2 laps of of
Yeah.
five
Well,
G,
and
corners.
the reaction times that it takes to be able to go, from one corner to the next and um,
Ew.
be able to hit right where you need to be. Um, it's not like driving around the street, where you just get in the turn lane and go around and whatnot. Like you have to take it wide to hit the apex of them, so the driving lines are very different from what many people are used to, and learning to drive that way is part of why
Yeah.
Formula One is so difficult. Like you need to, if you're pulling 5 Gs, that means you're turning at a turn that is that sharp and that hard. So you have to be lined up to take that turn right where it needs to be, like way, way back before you ever hit those 5Gs. Um, you
Yeah,
gotta line yourself up like threading a needle.
and like yeah, like you said, like your reaction times like have to be perfect. I mean, so they formula or most forms of racing, they measure down to the thousandth of a second, and there were three times last year in qualifying where two drivers had the exact same time, down to the thousandth of a second. So like any the slightest half an inch, everything makes a tiny little difference in Formula One. Did anybody? I don't know if anybody's even heard of it. The 12 Hours of Bathurst. It's a sports car race in Australia, and
Is that a rally car or is that a
like a touring, like a sedan,
oh,
like sports car.
they've got their own series over there, right? Is it
Yeah, it would be like
like
the
they're like an
Australian version of
Australian
NASCAR
NASCAR?
almost. Yeah, but this is
Jinx.
a street course or like a road course. But anyway, they had two insane crashes because like we were talking about reaction time. So it's Australia. So about I don't know, a couple hours into the race, a kangaroo got on the track and the driver was unable to miss it.
Oh,
So
oh,
yeah, so it's an enclosed car and it was the beginning of the race day. It was a little warm, so he had his visor, popped open in the car. He hit it at full speed, hit the front bumper. It went through the windshield and he had his visor open and he just was covered in kangaroo blood and flesh. He
oh,
got out of the car and took his helmet off, and like this spot right here was just like red,
oh,
and he was like
man.
wiping kangaroo off of his face, and it was
Uh,
it was gnarly. Obviously, it destroyed the car. He was out of the race after that because yeah, it
yeah.
destroyed the front bumper. It went through, like I said, it went through the windshield, and it looked like the kangaroo had swallowed a bomb and the bomb just went off inside of its stomach. The whole thing just exploded. Yeah. And then also later on in the race, it's an old school track. Like they wouldn't build it today, safety wise. I'll just say that. So there's some blind corners and a lot of ups and downs. And somebody had spun and it was coming off of around a blind corner. And for whatever reason, the yellow flags were being waved, but the other driver didn't really come to a didn't start slowing down, came around the corner and basically full, about 170, 180 miles an hour, just plowed into the middle of this other car. It destroyed both of them. The guy that plowed into him, he barely crawled out of his car, and he was on his hands and knees crawling across the racetrack to climb over the wall, like while other cars are still going by him. I'm like, dude, just stay in your fucking car. So he crawled out, he crawled over the wall and just like fell over and basically just laid down. Paramedics got to him and take him to the hospital. Eventually find out he broke two vertebrae in his back was how hard
Gosh.
the impact was for him. Yeah. So it was yeah, like and all that would have been like, just a quick like little bit different like reaction time or something like that. So yeah,
It's
when
like
you're
a
going
twitch.
yeah, when you're going a couple hundred miles an hour, I mean, you're literally moving like, couple hundred feet per second. I mean, you really have no reaction time.
Is that how fast the full throttle? Um,
I think those top out at like 190-ish. I know IndyCar when they're, during the Indy 500, when they're, fully trimmed out in qualifying mode. This last year, the fastest speed was 244. So these guys are literally driving straight toward a concrete wall at 240 miles an hour, and then at the last second they like it's just insane. It's just insane to me. The lap average, when you factor in like the corners and everything, is usually like two. There at Indianapolis is like 230 for an entire lap average. So when you include that you're turning four times at a 90-degree corner and you're still turning a lap at over 230 miles an hour is kind of You got to be wired a
So,
little bit differently to do that, right?
Well, that's got to
so
be an adrenaline rush for sure.
Oh yeah.
um, you said that I just had to go back a little bit. You said this car hit a kangaroo earlier.
Yeah.
Where's this course at?
Australia.
Oh wow.
It's not the first time that it's happened either. There's once in a while where they've like gotten on track and hopped across the track and everything, but yeah.
How big is the
There's video of it
Bathurst
on
course?
online. You can find it on YouTube for sure.
Oh, really? I don't know if I kind of want to
Um,
see, but I kind of also don't. Uh,
are the like there's these are these the cars that go through like there's towns in Italy and they're like going through winding roads and stuff? Or are these cars like on a course, like a specific street?
These ones would be on a course. Yeah, the other one that would be like rally, considered like rally cross or rally racing.
Okay.
Yeah.
guys, I think YouTube is listening to me. It already knew that I wanted to search for them.
I
Yeah.
typed it in. Yeah, it's a Mustang. So yeah, you can just type in like Mustang hits kangaroo or something like like that, and
Yeah.
it'll.
Yeah, 12 hour kangaroo. Well, I mean, maybe there's R.I.P. Skippy.
Yeah.
There's that Australian sense of humor.
And then
Mustang.
and the other crash I was talking about is up there too, where the guy just full speed into the other car.
Mm. Um. Yeah. Are we moving forward now?
Yeah.
I'm watching.
I should probably
Um,
get ready for work.
hold on.
I thought we were waiting for Mark had something to say to James, and I'm waiting for you guys to move forward.
No, we're just. If he needs to go, and I still haven't seen a kangaroo,
Cars go
Uh,
really fast.
huh? Yeah. Oh,
That, that's what
maybe.
I'm
What
contributing to this.
I was gonna say, what's crazier though is NHRA, the drag racing, like the Top Fuel dragsters.
Yeah.
Those
Uh,
those are amazing. I've gone a couple of times with my dad to
Oh, yeah.
out here. Those guys hit almost 350 miles an hour in a
Yeah.
quarter mile. It's so loud, like you can't
Even with
you have to have
earplugs.
earplugs. Yeah. The first time I went, I was like, I'm just gonna do one time. I just want to hear what it's like without them. And my ears were ringing for like so long after. I was like, nope, that's the dumbest thing ever. Put them right back
Yeah.
in.
Yeah.
But like
There's
you can
there's a point,
literally.
there's a decibel level beyond which volume, like audible volume, it registers only as pain. And top fuel dragsters are beyond that point. If you don't have ear protection, it is painfully loud. Like literally, your ears will hurt.
Yep. It's great too
Yeah.
because we got like the pit passes, so we were walking around through the pits and everything. And when they fire them up in the pits there,
um,
like we were right next to one as they fired it up. I was like 8 feet from it, and you could literally like feel like in your chest like the vibrations. And because they burn nitromethane, they don't burn just regular gasoline. You'll see all the crew members will have gas masks on because if you get too close to it while it's burning that type of fuel, it literally makes you cry. It makes your eyes water and like
It's
your
like
nose
pure.
run.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
yeah,
I have
those things are just
a little remote controlled car, a little nitromethane fueled RC car. And yeah, that fuel stuff, it is, and the flame for it is almost invisible. It's like so white,
mhm.
but faint. Like if you pour a puddle of it out and like on a sidewalk in the sun and you ignite it, the flame will be barely visible if at all. Um, it's like, yeah.
Yeah,
But
back
if you do it at
in
night, you can see the white flicker and stuff. But if you
I,
drop like a little leaf into that little puddle of burning nitromethane, it'll ignite like bright orange, like normal. But the top fuel flame is almost invisible.
yeah, back I want to say I can't remember if it was 1981 or 1982. It was one of the first it was like the first year that IndyCar switched over to using methanol as their gasoline. And yeah, same. So with that, it burns clear. So what happened is one of the cars during the pit stop when they were refueling, as the fueler pulled the hose out, something happened and it splashed, and the fuel got onto the hot headers and it ignited.
Wow.
And this is it was brand new to the just the sport and being used and everything. So it was burning completely clear. So you see an entire pit crew of guys, next to the car and the driver as well. And they're just like dancing, like doing this, like just going all crazy. But it's like, what the hell is wrong with these guys? Because you can't see a single flame. So you got like a group of 10 guys on fire. The driver's trying to like get the seatbelts up and jump out of the car, but you can't see a single thing. So everybody's like, what the fuck is going on? And then finally, yeah, somebody realized, that it was on fire. And then like guys from a bunch of other pit crews ran over with the fire extinguishers and started putting it out. But yeah, it's like a pretty infamous moment for Indy 500, because after that they changed a bunch of rules for refueling and the type of fuel and how much each car can have on board at a certain point. And it's pretty, obviously I wasn't alive then, I didn't see it live, but it's still, yeah, it's kind of scary to like watch the footage of it.
Yeah. Safety procedures, every safety procedure is born out of a mistake.
Yep, yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, unfortunately all the safety stuff that racing has now came at the cost of somebody else's legs
Mistakes.
or someone else's life even, or yeah.
Hmm.
yeah. But oh man, those top fuel dragsters are so cool. I had when I was a kid, I had an opportunity to go to one of those races.
Right.
Just down like there was a drag strip called Moroso Motorsports Park here in Florida. It was just like a straight up drag strip. I don't think they had a road course like Sebring does, but um, yeah, the quarter mile runs were it was like an all day event, and progressively as you went through the day, they had faster and faster cars going, and once you got to the specific uh specially built dragsters, everything was just so loud. Couldn't couldn't go without plugging your ears. But yeah, those dragsters were really cool. But there was a um the turbine uh powered
Oh,
car,
really?
jet
Nice.
car. Yeah, they had one there. There's because Pratt and Whitney was headquartered right there, right by like in Palm Beach County. So there was a huge amount of technical expertise in terms of engineering
Oh, nice.
and the like knowledge base. Like they were literally the engineers who design and build those Pratt and Whitney jet engines that power like our Air Force. So like they knew what they were doing, and they built they built a turbine jet car, and that thing going by on full afterburner
That would be
was
crazy to hear.
that was a different that was like that wasn't I don't know the pain from the top fuel dragsters was, I don't know, the jet engine with the full afterburner was
It's like a
also
higher pitch.
painful, but there was like this rumble that you didn't just hear it, you felt it in your whole body, like in a way that the top fuel didn't. And I think that a lot of that came from the power cycle. The turbine power cycle with the afterburner is a lot more like a rocket roar, like a space launch rocket than the the piston cycle that all of I mean, any of the top fuel dragsters, as fancy and loud as they are, they're still running a piston cylinder setup. So uh, they kind of, race car sound, the
Yeah,
loud
back in the
from the
late
open headers
60s,
and stuff.
back in the late 60s, Andy Granatelli tried to run a turbine car at Indianapolis for the Indy 500, and it was actually Mario Andretti was the one that drove it. But they tried it for a couple of years, and the main thing that it's not good for like race cars because it takes time for the turbine to spool up. So it basically either needs to be like a track where you're like full throttle the whole time, or it just takes you too long to like spool it up to get back going out of the corners. So it'd work great for like a drag car. You just hold the throttle down, and then you
Yeah,
can take
yeah,
off
yeah.
once it's spooled up. But
Well, but
yeah,
you
it's
got to
not
have
good
really
for
good brakes to hold back the full throttle. But
yeah.
yeah, yeah. Once you master the brakes, and if your profession is already building turbine engines, then you just slap one of those on a vehicle with really good brakes. But um, wasn't the turbine car that they used like mechanically attached to wasn't the turbine shaft, or was it? It wasn't using the thrust of the turbine like a jet engine, was it? It was still going through a mechanical gearbox, right?
Yeah, it was still somehow connected to like a drive shaft, and I think that's actually what might have broken during the race. I don't
That
didn't
seems like a
complete
lot of
the race.
work to
I can't
ask from
remember.
something like that.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why they kind of played around with it for a couple of the races there, and then did away with the idea, realizing it was more work and more trouble than it was worth for just throw a piston engine back in the car and race.
Yeah. Oh, Lotus Type 6 cars. Okay. I like Lotus. I like Chapman, his philosophy, simplify and add lightness.
Yeah,
I like that's pretty cool.
unfortunately, the cars were quite fragile though, but
Yeah.
he had a lot of like reliability issues. They would have won a lot more had they had the cars actually held up for a full race.
Uh,
um, that was actually why Jochen Rindt was killed. Tried to make everything light. The rear wing support broke off the car and had no downforce at the rear. The car spun straight into the wall, ripped the car in half.
oh wow.
And he wasn't because it took the front end of the car off completely, so there was nothing there. And back then, it was just the seat belts that went over the shoulder. They didn't have the 5.1 that went through the crutch. So when the front end of the car went, his body, slipped down in there, and how it went, one of the seat belts almost decapitated him. It like sliced through. And interesting fact, it was only a couple races left in the year that year, and he was so far ahead in the championship that he still won the championship despite despite passing away and missing the last few races of the year.
Oh wow.
So he's the only person, at least in like any major like NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, any of them that won the championship while unalive.
Yeah, posthumously.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's really cool. That kind of reminds me of a little bit of Lotus, or of reading Lotus off of the screen there, of um, Lauda and James Hunt. But
Yeah,
James Hunt ended up winning, so it's a little bit different. But Lauda was so far ahead that the only reason James Hunt ended up being competitive at all was because Lauda was like holed up in the hospital suffering from full body burns, third-degree burns inside of his
I was
lungs
gonna say,
from
yeah, inside
breathing
his
while he
lungs
was in
even.
a car that was on fire. It's like, how painful does that sound?
Well, and the fact too that Lauda, the very last race, it was raining so badly that he decided, he was like, yeah, I'm not risking my life again. He pulled into the pits and was like, this is stupid. I don't know why cars are racing out on the track. And Hunt stayed out and ended up scoring points that race, and then taking the championship. I mean, nothing against Hunt. He's a crazy guy for
Yeah,
sure. But I
yeah.
still feel like, Lauda should have won the championship that year. If he didn't pull off at the last race, if he didn't miss, the few races being injured, he would have easily taken it that season over Hunt. But I mean, that's what it comes down to in any sport, right? Everybody's given the same set of rules, same set of everything. Whoever comes out on top, then
Well,
you were
or
the
I
best
mean,
that day.
these days, a little bit of it might be who's got the most creative engineers to get around whatever regulations are being applied. Who can cheat the most creatively, or
Exactly.
most creative interpretation and application of the rules. Um, yeah. Some things have
That's
been
pretty much
so
what it comes down to is, well, it doesn't say that I can't do this, so
right, yeah, yeah. Or yeah. And then yeah, a lot of them end up being like a one season advantage, and then everybody starts doing it, and then a rule gets passed that nobody can do it anymore. And then there's another creative interpretation of, well, what about this geometry? You didn't say that shape over there on that corner wasn't disallowed. And yeah, yeah, a lot of that is
exactly.
where those aerodynamics and the wind tunnels come in again. Um,
Yeah, the FIA will end up just going like, all right, you you got the better of us this year, but next year we're gonna write a rule and make sure that nobody does these shenanigans again.
yeah. What do you think of the change in power plant rules for the Formula One, the 2026 season,
I think
getting
it's
away
good.
with.
It's supposed to simplify it and make it a little bit cheaper for the manufacturers. They have a bunch of issues right now with, getting the turbo spooled up for the starts, but I
Yeah,
think they'll get around it. The main thing is they want to make the sport, a little more affordable, more sustainable, and the electric component that they took out from the engines, they've had it for a few years on the cars, but
yeah,
none of the manufacturers were using it like in their production cars. Like it was just something that's completely
okay,
unusable for like a normal daily driver type car.
right.
So a lot of the manufacturers were like, we're not translating this to our road cars. There's no use for it. So that's why they ditched it.
So just to anybody who's wondering about this, it's what they call the motor generator unit, the heat motor generator unit. So that is basically like an electric generator attached to the turbine shaft of the turbocharger that they use on the engine. So they send the exhaust gas from the engine in through a turbine, and that turbine side then exhausts out to the back of the car. And then up at the compressor side, they draw air in through the intake, compress that, and send that air into the engine. And then whatever extra thermal energy they have from the exhaust gas pushing on the turbine is used by that generator unit to feed into the electric battery, which they can then draw that energy out and use that in the form of um, electric, power applied to the um, electric motor connected to the rear wheels that they use um, to like accelerate or brake, um, using that more traditional hybrid engine uh, side. So yeah, the hybrid
Yeah,
heat
way
generator
overcomplicated
doesn't,
for like a
And
daily
then,
car,
and then
right?
what happens?
huh?
And then what happens? Tell me more.
But
The
it drains out. They basically, to simplify it, they push a button to use the extra battery power, the electric motor, and then what Mark was explaining, it
they've got
happens.
the more
It keeps
traditional
recharging. Yeah.
big electric motor connected at the rear wheels like a more traditional hybrid car system. So the piston cylinder engine is connected by the transmission to the rear wheels, and then at the rear end, there's also the electric motor generators, which I mean, I use the term motor generator because um, they're the same thing. An electric motor is the same as an electric generator. It just depends on how you use it. The if you apply a voltage and send power to it, it spins, and you call it an electric motor. If you spin it and use that and draw from that, that creates a voltage, and you can take power from that. So that's basically the only difference is how you're using it. So it's a motor generator at the back, and they use that either to accelerate the car in conjunction with the piston cylinder engine through the uh, mechanical transmission, or they use it um, as like an assist to the brakes. They pull energy from the wheels and use that feed into the battery, recharge the battery um, from its forward motion and the connection it has to the wheels. So you use the forward momentum to um, recharge the batteries at the rear wheels. So that is basically the same conceptual design that hybrid electric cars use.
And
So
I was gonna say that technology is like really simple and older. One of my electric bicycles that I have, it's 12 years old and it has regen on it. When every time I pull the brake, it kicks the regen in, so it barely uses the brakes on the bike, and it just uses the clipping,
yeah,
the slowing down. So it recharges my battery, saves my brakes. I really like it, and that's just on a bicycle. So imagine what technology the Formula One cars must have for
yeah.
that type
So
of regen.
2026, they still use um, those hybrid generators on the wheels, but they got rid of the mechanical connection to a uh, motor generator through the turbine shaft to recharge the batteries, because that way, that with that they could use the battery to intentionally spin up the turbocharger ahead of any sort of throttle need. So you already had positive air pressure going ahead of it. So you get rid of the turbo lag, which is really a cool idea.
Yeah,
But
and that's
there's
why they're
no
having so much.
need for getting rid of turbo lag on a street vehicle, you know? So that doesn't, that doesn't force any sort of innovation in any new capacity. So they wanted to change the regulations in order to get um, get the manufacturers essentially thinking about how do we design lighter, more efficient motors and batteries for this, rather than putting all of this attention towards compressors that really, I mean, fascinating engineering, but useless for anything but really Formula One. I think that was unique to Formula One, wasn't it? Was there any other racing league that had any sort of compressor uh,
I I don't
connection?
know what the hypercars run, like the Le Mans,
Yeah,
sports cars, like the top class.
the
They're
endurance racers. Yeah,
Yeah, their engines are like sort of similar, but I don't follow that series all the time, so I don't know all the details of their stuff. I usually just watch like the 24 hours of Le Mans, the 24-hour races I usually watch, but I don't follow the series all that much, so I don't know the exact rules. But they do have some sort of like hybrid system on the car. I just don't know the details of it.
yeah. A lot more variation in those cars also, though, because they run under different restrictions given, different categories. That's one thing it's so interesting about the 24 hours of Le Mans and other sort of endurance racing, is that they have, lower class cars racing on the same track as the high class, super bespoke
Yeah.
endurance racers. And they're all, so you got slow guys you got to weave around when you're in one of the high end racers, and they've got to watch out for people from behind and what's coming up ahead of them. So uh, it's a very interesting but very different challenge um, than the Formula Series. But yeah,
Definitely. All right, guys, I got to get going. Awesome to see y'all this morning, and
yeah,
yeah, I guess I'll see you guys on the chat tomorrow.
All right. See you then.
good seeing
Later.
you,
Have a good
dude.
day. Have a good day, guys. We'll see you
Take
soon.
care.
Later.
Fun stuff.
Well,
Uh,
that's definitely stuff.
I have no idea about any of it, so I just kept quiet. I don't know anything about
So,
one at all.
sorry,
Um,
we have tried to move in a different direction.
uh, not
Became
sure.
a very specific, specialized conversation.
Yeah, we might have to push some of these topics till next time.
Mm. Um, let's lighten things up with some. Can we find some funny story on Reddit or something to?
Um, so we had on here that we were going to bring up. What were the topics? Let's see. We're going to talk about ICE. We had Epstein on the docket.
Oh yeah, bring up Epstein again. That was something. The conspiracy theories again. I think there's a new article I saw that kind of reaffirms my theory, or my belief that it's not my theory. I think have you guys heard of John Kirikou?
Nope.
No, he's
No.
the former CIA agent. He was the whistleblower on the United States torture program. And he was the one who was convicted and served time after, revealing that the United States was engaged in illegal torture activities. Um, he's he's been doing some rounds on YouTube podcasts, and I think it was his theory or his voice I first heard that theory. And the more he talked about it, the more sense it made. Because when you listen to a couple of the podcasts, like there's a couple of podcasts that he's done, and there's a couple of podcasts that I've seen with Andrew Bustamante, who's also a former CIA agent, and they both have, been asked the obvious questions that you ask a former CIA agent. How does spying work? How do you, tradecraft questions, right? And they talk about, how do you recruit an asset when you're a CIA agent overseas? How do you function? How do you gather the intelligence, and how do you, get what you need? And they've both talked about gathering intelligence and, basically giving somebody whatever they want, making friends, buddy with someone, giving them, like, if they've ever brought up like deep sea fishing, you go and you happen to have enthusiasm being, in the same subjects. And I'll charter a deep sea fishing tour that this guy could never afford on his own, or, things that these people could never get, you just happen to have or get or whatever. And eventually you come with the question, can you get such and such for me or whatever? It's like, hey, I'm not a USA embassy agent. I'm actually, such so and so, work for the CIA. Is that a problem? And, yes or no.
So where are we going with this? Who is this guy, and what
I
information
think
does he
that
have?
this is he was saying that he thinks Epstein was an intelligence agent for Mossad, for the Israelis, and that the nation state of Israel was backing him, paid for the island, built a bespoke intelligence gathering facility there. All those bedrooms, creepy bedrooms with cameras and corners, everything being filmed, cameras in bathrooms too. This island, then, that explains how Epstein just appeared and had all of this money out of nowhere, seemingly, but he could buy his way into the elites with, all of this stuff. So, if you had something they wanted, then, you already gave them
And
everything. You're already buddy. If you don't get
the,
it for them, then they've got stuff on you, and you
the
better hand
Israel
over.
government kept this a secret. all by themselves.
Why not? I mean, not the Israeli government, but Mossad.
And by that logic, couldn't any country do this? Couldn't Canada do this?
Not
Couldn't
any country, but to consider the security apparatus that is Mossad. There's only a handful of nations that have an intelligence community as developed as Israel and
now,
the
why would they
United
want to do
States
this?
or Russia gathering intelligence, get any information they need from anybody they need, anybody who's ever gone through the island, any access they might have to any other individual, third party individuals. I don't know. It fills in a lot of question marks, a lot of blanks as to who Jeffrey Epstein was, where he came from, how he got his fortune, where the island came from, and why he disappeared. But this new thing, the DNA sample that was in a Harvard laboratory has disappeared. The Harvard laboratory of a scientist named George Church, who's been photographed on the island with Epstein, who's got financial connections along with the university to Epstein. And the DNA that was supposed to be fully sequenced is gone. How? Why?
I think it's pretty clear that Batman, who was also a billionaire, snuck in there and took it because he did not want to be on the Epstein list.
Well, yeah, maybe. Or I mean, it could be
I don't
also
know, man.
that
It's just
the
these.
reason that all of this Epstein stuff, these files are not being released is because it offers political leverage to the United States um, security apparatus.
Okay, how does this level go? Who controls what in the United States? Is it the politicians? Not exactly. There's self-interests about them. We live in more of a plutocracy, aristocracy, where people give money to the politicians and they tell them what to do. So the most reasonable thing, yeah, the politicians fight, but when their leaders tell them what to do, when the rich guys like Bill Gates and I don't know any other schmuck tell them what to do, they say, "We want this guy dead," and I don't know if that happens very often, but if we want Epstein gone because he's got dirt on us, yeah, they're going to make him disappear. And I don't know where his money came from. I'll look into it, but
Yeah, that's a big question mark because he basically appeared out of nowhere as a financier, a self-made
financiers are rich.
financial. Right. How did he just appear out of nowhere as a financier? He
I don't know, school.
suddenly just was a name in New York finances. Like that doesn't just happen. And
Yes, it
would
does.
he was trusted with, well, no, not really. Not at the level that he was playing at.
Jeez.
And it doesn't explain why he was trusted by so many big level um, American aristocracy level fortunes so quickly, and his returns on all of the investments were not explainable by any sort of analysis from the markets. He said he had some computerized algorithm, something back in the 90s. He was saying this, that he could analyze, assess, and predict market trends, and he outperformed everybody else in a way and to a degree that really made no sense. Even
What was his job?
you
Wasn't he like an accountant or something?
I mean, a glorified accountant, basically. Yeah. And yeah,
Got a comment here.
how he got his fortune out of that is a big question mark. It's not well established. And
We got a
that's the exact sort of thing that would be seen if a person was planted somewhere rather than
got
earning.
got a comment here from Jeff. It says, "I believe he was a setup as the fall guy for Trump." Didn't know much about him. Trying to get the 411 from Mark. Other than the news, everybody's just saying he was the bad guy. Don't know the guy to call him the bad guy.
It was the fall guy
Yeah, I don't know.
Trump, but
I could see if I could find the particular. I'll go through my YouTube watch history and see if I can find the particular sort of dates. I know it was John Kirikow that I first heard the conspiracy theory that Epstein was a Mossad Israeli asset, which is not to say necessarily that he was on their payroll or that he was an Israeli, officially trained at their facilities and planted there. But that's not necessarily the way foreign intelligence assets function. And so if you listen to these podcasts by those two like those two former CIA agents, when they explain tradecraft and how do you recruit a foreign asset, yeah, they're describing something that really fits very perfectly with question marks in the Epstein story, which isn't to say that he isn't also a fall guy for Donald Trump, but that would mean also that whoever was running him, whatever intelligence agency was running him, had leverage over Donald Trump for whatever period of time that they had Epstein in place. They would have had pull and sway over Trump. Does that
so
make
his
sense with the way that Trump has treated Israel?
I see no connections to Israel in his past.
No,
No.
no favorable treatment while a president, a U.S. president.
Well,
Nothing
okay. In the
surface
mid
level.
70s, Epstein taught mathematics at the Dalton School, private school. There, he made connections with wealthy families, including Bear Stearns chairman Alan Greenberg. That's pretty important because Greenberg is, um, I think he's uh, Wall Street whiz on his own. He knows finance. Epstein was hired then at Bear Stearns, despite lacking a college degree. But that was back then. You could get hired without a college degree. He worked in the options and arbitrage uh, area and became a limited partner. This period provided his first significant income, access to ultra wealthy clients, and financial credibility. He left under unclear circumstances. And then he founded his own financial uh, uh, private financial firm, the J. Epstein Company, obviously. It was for exclusively billionaires. This is where he probably made the connection to all the billionaires with very few clients. Uh, you know, Companies and founders of companies and stuff like that. For
And
years,
all those would have been compromised. Any of
why is
them,
that?
they would have been um, downstream of whatever intelligence agency was running him eventually.
Well, this is in
Had sway over.
1981.
Okay, yeah,
1981,
before he
the
was recruited, perhaps.
recruit that doesn't follow Occam's razor. That's not the
Well,
simplest. Saying that he's a super spy and
not saying
taking notes.
super spy. The way that espionage works is not the way you see in James Bond. It's talking and making friends, making connections, getting blackmail leverage. Um, he doesn't need to be actively engaging in breaking into safes and anything except just collecting information.
He's a rich guy, bought an island. Rich people went there, did horrible things. He got back, died.
Cameras everywhere. Why would he film all of it everywhere? What was happening to all of that material? What was he doing with all of it? Why would anybody
Because he's a pervert and he's a Dennis Reynolds. It he likes to film stuff like that. So it just doesn't it's the idea that he became wealthy
do you want
in
to keep
part.
reading the article? I interjected. I didn't mean to.
Sure, no, go ahead and we'll see whatever.
Well, no, I'm sorry. I mean I'm just I
I was
interrupted
reading
him.
I was reading off AI, his history, his past. Let's see what
But you got up to the 80s, and was there anything after
okay,
his?
no, well, I was just saying the 80s is when he met people like Donald Trump and many billionaires. This is 1981 is when he founded his own fi- private financial firm. So this is when he would get in contact with the richest people in the world. So,
Yeah,
so for
that
his
doesn't
sole,
make any of the conspiracy theory impossible. It just
Yeah, there's not that many articles on this guy. I mean, at least not on Reddit.
it's everywhere.
Well, I didn't dig too deep to find the three that I have. Yeah, I've got an article here where they're just talking about the Irish survivors. Yeah. says Epstein survivor calls for thorough Irish investigation. Gotta look into that.
Should do. They should look into it on their own country because I don't think our country is going to do very much.
Right. Yeah, you guys ever heard of Lisa Phillips? Oh, probably not. It says Lisa Phillips, a survivor of Jeffrey Epstein, has called for a thorough investigation into the convicted U.S. sex offender's connection with Ireland. Speaking to RTE's The Late Show, Mrs. Phillips said she is in Ireland to speak with, in quote, some powerful leaders and pushes for an investigation into claims made by victims. Ms. Phillips was speaking a week after Dale Hurd, that one witness statement contained within the Epstein files claimed that a young girl was trafficked through Ireland for, in quote, politicians and notable men for the purposes of sex. In the interview, Ms. Phillips added, "My motivation for being here is that brave young girl, who spoke out. She contacted the FBI. End quote. So, I'm also here to meet with some power leaders and do a little push, to do the right thing, to investigate her claims and anyone else who was in the files. There needs to be a thorough investigation. I've always said it's not just the United States, it's a global human trafficking ring, and there are many powerful people, government officials, financial institutions, universities, modeling industry, entertainment industry. There's so many people that are involved, which is why this is a big mess," Mrs. Phillips said. Yeah, she was not just a witness, she was a survivor and involved. So, yeah, what do you guys think about her pushing this Irish investigation idea?
It's a good try. And um, going up against the United States is going to be tough, but um, if the client were Irish as well, then yeah, I think definitely they could get prosecution. But if the client's an American, I doubt.
Oh. There was something we had.
I mean, the British guy, the Britons used to love yeah, having a kingship there, and they used to love the royal family. Now it's like a joke. A joke. It's wow how they have
that's what
fallen.
that's what I was gonna say. Is that British guy? Yeah, just like watching stuff on the news. Uh, yeah, he was like heavily involved, not just like there. Um, like we said, people who were giving money and people who were watching people so other people don't get caught. That guy was heavy with that. Trying to help get others involved. Yeah. What's his name? Prince somebody?
Andrew.
Yeah. And I
Yes.
forgot what other one it was, but yeah,
Something
Mark.
kind of crazy at that time that Epstein was actively engaging and recruiting everything and stuff. It was happening like right down the road from where my family was. Like we were living in Palm Beach County at the time, and we would have been zoned for Royal Palm High if I had stayed there, which is the same one that he had Ghislaine Maxwell recruiting girls in, and girls recruiting fellow girls in. It was all like right down the road. It's crazy. It's I don't know if any foreign action will do anything now.
This was something you brought up, Mike. I mean, Mark, I have no knowledge of anything further. This is on the docket for you.
Was it? What was?
You said, what was it?
Yeah, what was? I'm sorry, I'm confused. I lost the plot somewhere.
Oh no, the topic of discussion was we were going to talk about the Constitution, conspiracy, ICE in Minneapolis, conspiracy, Epstein, and double back to AI. And
well, we could talk about the Constitution real quick.
And the environment was a big one.
Oh yeah, we could squeeze that in. Yeah. So, I mean, Mark, you mentioned earlier that the federal government was getting too big. I would agree. I think it's also too big. I just think it's mismanaged. We don't need certain things. We could reorganize it to be more efficient, not like Doge style. That was the dumbest idea. Well, I've seen it in a long time. Um, but yeah, trying to run 50 countries or 50 states would be like running 50 countries. It would be weird. And there has to be some sort of federal oversight over that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's interesting to note that at the time of the Enlightenment, when the founding fathers were originally writing the Constitution and thinking up what is this new nation going to be? What is this? I mean, it's a complete experiment, completely experimental society. They were starting from scratch, basically. What do we do? We're not going to be a monarchy under the British monarchy, but there were some people who wanted and were pushing for a monarchy, wanted to just crown George Washington king. There was a lot of debate at the time, but the a big like intellectual underpinning of all of the Enlightenment era was a huge appreciation of antiquity and the Greco-Roman history, and particularly the when they said United States of America, they meant states as in different, like in the sense of the Greek city-states of antiquity. They weren't entirely I mean, they were all Greek. They shared that banner. They would come together in times, to each other's aid when need be, but were otherwise independent nation states or something, So that was something that one of the concepts that is been sort of washed away or separated out of the idea of United States of America, and it's more shifted towards the attitude of the states being just merely a subdivision of the overall nation, and the federal government being the actual government, as opposed to the federal government overseeing, you know, um, basically like the common good of the collective um, states without interfering in the function of those states. And so um, that was more of a scope of what was written at the time than, and it's since shifted, continued to grow and grow and grow, and now we're at a point where the three branches of the government um, aren't are modeled after like the Greek, and or after the Romans, um, um, with the judicial um, enforcement of the law, the um, the legislative writing of the law. They added the executive as a counterbalance between them so that the one couldn't just absorb the other. And so they all three kind of, but the executive, if the executive has the ability to simply prescribe by executive order whatever they wish, then that's growing towards increasingly towards a dictatorship, which is historically how Rome fell from a republic to a dictatorship briefly, and then an empire, was simply the grasp of power. It was legal what Julius Caesar did until it wasn't. And then what wasn't legal at the time, he simply made legal by his own decree. And that was that. And we got Rome. There are some eerie similarities to kind of late Roman Republic. Thoughts?
Rome had a lot of problems. I mean, they were falling apart and not really, they were just kind of, they just had other issues.
But
Anyway,
then
this,
the fall to a singular authority, though, do you think that there's any sort of the executive grasp of anything? You think is that possible with the encroaching trend of executive orders getting
yeah, it's,
larger in scope?
it's more powerful now than it ever has been. Um, uh, probably, probably. And I, and because Congress is so divided, and because the, even the judicial system, which everyone expected to be extremely right wing, they're ruling against Trump. And yeah, I don't know if those laws are being passed, Um, mm, It's the legislature, the laws are the right, the Congress declares war. They have the power over the money. They they do a few other things, but
Wasn't the
uh,
Marine Corps, though, aren't they at the sole discretion of the United States executive branch? The president, isn't he able to deploy the Marine Corps at his discretion without? I thought that that was a workaround that like George Washington had used to get some. Oh, let me see.
are you talking about the War Powers Act?
I'm
Or
not sure what I'm talking about. I'm gonna do a quick
because
search.
that's what he's been using for
Right.
a lot of us have been, we've invaded like 20 or 30 countries in the past, 50 years. So perhaps if you want to send in Marines, that's a different thing than sending in
Established in
cruiser.
the Act of 1798 and reaffirmed in 10 U.S.C. 8063. President has statutory authority to assign United States Marine duties beyond seagoing service, including landing forces and expeditionary missions, as the president may direct. End quotes. So it is something that the president can do on his own
So,
without
so how many Marines we
the
talking?
declaration.
We
Huh?
talking just 10 Marines to kill Osama bin Laden, or 10,000 Marines?
We're talking the United States Marine Corps is at the sole discretion of the United States President, according to the War Act, or
Well,
not the
that's
War Act,
vague.
according to the Act of 1798,
How long? How
as the
many?
president as the president may direct. Do you want to look this up now?
Well, yeah, I believe you. I know. It's just it, it, this is all very vague because what they're doing could be considered an act of war. He's saying, "Oh, I'm using the
As as the president may direct. It was a yeah, 1798, so that would be the Barbary Wars, wouldn't it?
Mm.
uh,
What was it?
Alien and Sedition Acts. Wait, is that it? Oh,
should be considered an act of war." Let
Yeah,
me
I'm
see.
following you guys on this topic.
How many times have we gone to war? We didn't get congressional approval for Vietnam, I don't think, or did we? I can look that up. I don't care. Um, yeah. The well, the problem with uh, we were the first constitution, and that Enlightenment era. Well, I don't think it was so much based on the Greece thing.
I don't think that
Greece.
we were even the first. I think that that idea was drawn from English common law, wasn't it?
Sure, but the people didn't give a crap about Greece. It was people like Thomas Paine, common sense, and that woke people up. It was actually good information, and the Declaration of Independence that was um, that was considered a real fu to the king. He did not like that, and yeah, that's basically what it was. Um,
I did not know who Thomas Paine was, but it says he was an English-born American founder father, political philosopher, and revolutionary writer, whose works, including Common Sense in 1776 and The American Crisis. He died a long time ago. Yeah, I didn't know who that guy was, but thank you.
and I
Do my
know
research.
all the
Go ahead.
colonies had their own interest, but they worked together ultimately.
Um,
Yeah, but at the time of the revolution, there wasn't even a standing army after that. The military was disbanded.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
So
it had to be reformed under the federal government after, a couple incidents, a couple mistakes. Uh, Realized it's not good to be uh, trusting on the goodwill of other actors to uh, retain your own security, especially overseas. So,
so how did we get from a man who willingly stepped down from being president? George Washington did not want the power and was fully aware of the signs of monarchy to where we are now. It's just, yeah, that's. Do you think our democracy is broken because other democracies have faced crises? Is it because our system is so old, our laws were written so long ago? That because there's more modern democracies and they have pretty updated laws, like Brazil and um, Australia, Japan. I could keep
I mean, other
naming, but
democracies have formed and fallen within the time span, within the lifetime of the United States.
I would
Uh,
imagine.
I don't think that we can necessarily count on any newer democracies being any better or being any more permanent. So I don't think that we should necessarily point to them as examples. We don't know how stable they'll be in the next few years
We
necessarily,
can.
especially South American nations. They seem to have a high turnover rate in their leadership, which is
That's a
not to
good
the detriment.
example. It's a good example you would bring up that
Yeah,
Brazil in 2026, when he lost the election, he denied it and he was convicted of rebellion for mobilizing military and the police in an illegal attempt to seize the National Assembly and arrest politicians. He tried to overthrow the government, the former president who lost, and everyone knows it. So, what do you think happened to him?
I believe he's imprisoned, isn't he?
He's in prison. Well, Bolsonaro. South Korea, another good standing democracy. Uh, President Yoon Suk Yeol, I apologize for saying it wrong, received life in prison, rejecting the death penalty. Um, yeah, did the same thing, pretty much. Uh, he tried to. He got the military because the military has to listen to the president, and tried to overthrow. He's got life in prison. Oh no, okay, no. Bolsonaro got 24 years, and the Korean guy denied the death penalty. He didn't want it. So, I mean, my point is, democracies can suffer and come back. I think, is our country too corrupt from capitalism to come back?
Is it even really democracy anymore, though? Or is it a quasi oligarchy, sort of behind the scenes conspiratorial deep state entity, intelligence community apparatus that is being manipulated, or that is manipulating both sides, pulling the strings, letting everybody think, you know,
One is more in charge than the other.
there's so much money being thrown to both parties by big interests, like so large. Corporate personhood is a problem. I don't know how we can necessarily even solve it, though. How do we I don't know,
Mm.
without entirely destroying the whole thing and starting over, which has been tried before and is a horrible idea. If examples are to be taken seriously, um, overthrow the system, turn the table over, and try to start from scratch. It's only led to massive suffering and death.
Oh my God, it would be terrible in this country if we tried to do that. Every Try to get everyone to agree on something.
Start a war.
But I mean, the two-party concept is a problem. Is the Constitution and the checks and balances
Is it
necessarily
though?
the best way to, or is something like the parliamentary system in Britain, where coalition governments have to be formed and dissolved, and there's a lot more perspectives based on a lot different, many different realities, as opposed to everybody being forced to pick between this artificial decision of right or left. I mean, there is no right side or left side any more than what we just have labeled. And there shouldn't be. There's a lot more that goes to human belief than a simple
Well,
dichotomy.
I got to throw this out again. If Kamala Harris had won the presidency, would ICE be out there killing citizens?
No.
I mean, who knows what would be happening if Kamala Harris were president? I don't know.
Vegas
Um,
odds.
huh?
I
Oh
didn't
no,
vote for her.
ICE wouldn't be out there. But who knows what would be happening if Kamala Harris were president? I don't
That wasn't the
necessarily.
question I asked.
Right. I'm just rambling on because I have to weasel out of this somehow because I don't like Kamala Harris.
Yeah. But I'm just saying,
Like Kamala
just
Harris
because
to the point
just
that I
because you don't like someone doesn't mean they would be better. So this whole, nihilistic, oh, both of them suck. Well, look what happens when you don't vote, and
Right.
ice kicks in your door and shoots you. Oh, I got a little.
oh, hold on.
And
Sorry.
yeah, I stand for the Democrats because they're the party that is a separation of church and state. Do not like that. I don't mix your religion in my you know daily
Politics.
life. And they're supposed to be the party of science. They're supposed to be the progressive party. They help people. They provide for people who need it. And yeah, so that's why I have reasons. And so uh and the Republican Party has shown no compassion, just dry humping, the cross, and so, uh, but and I'm not going to judge that
I
because,
mean, please, I'm a Christian, and that's kind of not really a respectful thing to say, right?
well, okay, fine. Yeah, I did regret that statement, but Christian nationalism is on the rise, which is attuned with fascism.
Christian nationalism, how is that defined, though? Because one can be a Christian and be a nationalist. And another thing, though, the separation of church and state is fundamentally impossible, I believe. Either you are religious and that informs your life and every decision in your life, or you are a-religious, atheistic, and you're just a non-practicing, if you claim to be Christian and don't vote in a manner that is in line with your Christian faith, then I would say you're not a Christian. And I would
It's
point to the Bible for that as the basis. Um, and there is no separation of church and state anywhere in the Constitution, anywhere in any of the legal code. It's not in the Declaration of Independence. It was
it's
written in a private letter discussing the concept that there should be a wall of separation between the church and state in the sense that the church should not, or that the state should not establish a national religion as it had done in Great Britain with the Church of England. And that
thing it
was
says
the
you
fear of
can.
the founding fathers, and that is the origin of the term separation of church and state,
Yeah, I
is
know
referring
it's
to
used
a wall
loosely,
of
but
separation between the
you could.
two. And it's been co-opted to mean the exact opposite of what it was meant to say. And
Fine.
that inverted meaning of separating church and state is literally impossible, just conceptually. Either people may not be religious if
No,
religion
there
cannot inform their voting and their
that is
decisions, or
literally the opposite of the First Amendment. It says for the freedom to your religion, but the United States shall not endorse a religion.
Exactly. The United States shall not establish a national religion. Thank you.
So why are we establishing a national religion now?
We are not. What is it? Point to you're making an assertion. Prove your
I
point.
am. Uh,
What is the religion?
every
Expound on the
every
point
every
first.
every damn Republican up there says this is a Christian nation.
Yes. Historically, it has always been founded on Christian principles. It is based on English common law derived from William Blackstone,
Well,
which is
they should.
informed by the New Testament, the ethics laid out by Jesus Christ, primarily in the Sermon on the Mount. The bulk of Western civilization and all of Western ethics is essentially derived from the Sermon on the Mount. Any further
The Sermon
extrapolation
on the Mount?
is
You
simply
mean the Ten Commandments? All right,
no,
now I gotta stop you and mess you
no,
up because
no. Don't put words in my mouth. I said the Sermon on the Mount. Ethical foundations and underpinnings of Western civilization derive from the Sermon on the Mount.
well,
That's what I said.
maybe some of the politicians should start acting like that if we
Exactly.
are a
Yes.
Christian nation.
Ideally, that would improve.
So I'm just gonna end on this: put up or shut up, because you're not Christians.
Who are you talking to? Are you talking to me?
No, the
So,
politicians who keep saying, "Oh, we're Christian nations," and then they're caught in a gay bathhouse sucking someone's dick.
Yeah, they're hypocrites. They're
oh man,
using Christianity as a prop to further their political aspirations. And that's been common. That doesn't mean they're Christians. That means that they're something.
So
Gonna,
that's why I don't. Another reason I don't like them, because they're using your religion against you.
yeah. Yes, I 100% wholeheartedly agree with that. Using the trappings of religion in the exact opposite manner in which it genuinely had been intended. Yes, and so can I infer then that that is the form that the Christian nationalism you were talking about
No,
is that the
it's actually more of a rising in white male supremacy. Let's see if I can find a chart for this. And it's particularly among Christians.
Jeff in the comments says we deserve two qualified candidates from the beginning. We had two that were unqualified.
Well,
I
Jeff,
stand corrected.
even one qualified candidate would have been nice. I could cross
Right.
party lines if somebody was sane.
Yeah.
I don't know. There should be no party lines, really.
yeah, it would be easier to.
Where did the idea of political parties come from, though? It wasn't in the original concept of was it?
I
Or
think
did
I
they just
recently.
kind of like have little clubs to call their ideologies and stuff? But then that is a political party, isn't it? The same idea. I gotta find out now where it.
You said the idea of political.
Yeah.
Mark?
What is the history of political parties? 1790s in the United States. Early factions that disagreed on power of the federal government during the nation's foundings. Federalists and the Democratic Republicans formed due to ideological battles over Alexander Hamilton's financial programs and foreign policy stances regarding Britain and France. Preceding factions. So before, that was before any formal parties. So they were the Federalists and Anti-Federalists. So the Federalists were supporting of a strong central government, strong supporting the Constitution. Anti-Federalists opposed to central government.
I got something here. It says politics have evolved from early tribal societies that complex governance systems shaped by human relationships, power dynamics, and key philosophical contributions throughout history. Early beginnings of politics can be traced back to small tribal societies where leadership often based on kinship and strength. In these early communities, decision making typically fell to elders or chiefs or chieftains who maintained order and mediated disputes. Power was informal and based on relationships rather than established laws. The Neolithic Revolution in circa 10,000 BCE marked a significant shift as agriculture allowed for larger, more complex societies, leading to the formation of city-states around 3000 BCE, such as those of Mesopotamia and the Indus Valley. These city-states introduced formal governance structures, legal codes, and early forms of bureaucracy, exemplified by the Code of, I don't know what that word is, Hammurabi.
Code of Hammurabi. Hammurabi.
Hammurabi.
Depends on whose lecture you've heard.
Okay. Yeah. So there's your answer. Huh.
Code
I
of
don't think
Hammurabi is early Mesopotamia. That's an interesting discussion.
what's that? I
Um,
missed it.
say that
I
again.
don't think the Neanderthals went extinct 10,000 years ago, but society was um, established, yes, 10,000 years ago. That is, uh, yeah,
So
and
Mesopotamia, the Fertile
end of
Crescent
the Stone
period,
Age.
the Code of Hammurabi from the was it the Assyrians? I think, or I don't know. If we just look it up. We got it all right here, right?
Marion.
Babylonian. Okay. Earliest and most complete written codes proclaimed by Babylonian King Hammurabi. Reigned circa 1792 to 1750 for Common Era. Proclaimed it to unite his empire. So, consisting of 287 case laws, it established justice through an eye for an eye. And common, it covered family, trade, and property laws.
You think that's literal or metaphorical? Eye for an eye.
Oh, I think in historical terms, it has been taken literally. And given what I know of early, like ancient, far ancient history, it's probably was literally if somebody injures you and you go blind in one eye because of it, they gouge out your eye. If someone, you know, someone's leg is broken and needs to be amputated, you better have a tourniquet ready.
Nothing kinder like treat someone like you would want to be treated.
No, that came later. That was biblical.
Yeah, but these ideas tend to you see that these themes go through all societies, through India, China. Yeah, these philosophies are they very cyclical.
I mean, the histories kind of clustered together. There's the Eastern religions of the Near East, which I don't really know very much about, or not the Near East, the Far East. I don't really know much about. So Indian, Hindu religions, and the Hindu Buddhist connections and relations there, I'm not very familiar with. I think that Buddhism emerged from Hinduism, um, and that separation from them, I think, um, I don't know. They've led to the development of very, very different social structures. In India, you still have a caste system in place because it is ingrained in the Hindu religion. It's part of it. You can't separate it out. Um, that's different from the early Near Eastern religions and the code, like we've just touched on, the Code of Hammurabi. The eye for an eye retaliatory punishments were designed to um, mirror the crime that was committed. Um, Essentially, the concept behind it, even if it wasn't necessarily literally an eye for an eye. And then eventually you get the Abrahamic religions emergence, and from that you get the biblical religions. The Judaism emerges with the Abrahamic, or from Abraham, right? And that um, that is where the um, kinder concepts of you know treat others as you would wish to be treated had emerged into Western civilization. Before that, it was an eye for an eye. And the Abrahamic religions led to the spread of this concept, or perhaps this concept had spread before it had been articulated within the framework that we now see and call the Abrahamic religions and the Semitic religious group and lineage, the monotheist religions. But once you
Yeah,
get that, you can't really separate that from the concept of treat others as you want to be treated. As much as we may say that seems like common sense, it only seems like common sense to us because we are from this culture that is downstream from that whole um, ideology. So, um, why did I start talking about that?
because the Hebrews, most of the Old Testament might be Hammurabi.
Okay, yeah, might be that Hammurabi emerged from a common core narrative and yeah, I don't know. Some parts of the Code of Hammurabi, or the stories, the narratives within the Code of Hammurabi, may have a common ancestral lineage with the early Hebrew Bible, like the story of the global flood. But there's also a lot of significant differences there between them.
Please, those were the Marvel movies of back then. Global Flood. They told those were like, yeah, the Marvel movies. Every town, every neighborhood had a global flood story. And that's how humans communicate. They communicate with stories.
I think
And
that
so
there
they,
was coincidentally a global flood narratives developed all over the world.
well, it rains a lot.
Well,
You're right.
and that
Just
some individuals were chosen to be rescued and all of that. There's so many. You just brush that all aside. You take everything. You think that the passage of these as scripture is just foolish and should be dismissed,
no.
or is the
I just think they're stories. I don't really think a 900-year-old man built a ark and but it makes for a great story. That's what people did back then. And that's how we tell stories to each other to spread our past. I think there could have been floods, and I think people could have survived. But when you tell the story, you got to jazz it up a little. Like, oh man, my Uncle Billy, he built this huge raft for all of us, and it was we survived the great storms every year. And I just think there's just
as
too much
punishment,
coincidence. Hmm.
as divine punishment. You think that part being developed and included globally all over the world in cultures that could never possibly have had any sort of common contact. You think that's just, yeah,
I don't know. I don't think there's a part of the Bible written by Las Vegas, so I don't think they have a flood story. Forget that was a joke. Um,
Go ahead.
it, yeah, but there are lovely parts of the Bible. What is it? I've always compared it to Game of Thrones. I said, if you love Game of Thrones and it was written boring, yeah, the Bible is for you because in it's got cannibalism, it's got incest, regicide, fratricide, everything, all kinds of murder. It's got delusions, people talking to you, telling you to kill people.
sure you're not thinking of Islam.
No, this is the
It
Bible,
sounds like
but
the Quran
I, I'm
and
not
the
I'm not
history
too
and life of Muhammad.
not too happy about Islam, but um, yeah, okay. Let me see if I can find it. It's Judges 2 something something something.
You
It's,
just read all of Judges 2. Oh, wait, no, it's the chapter. Wait, what Judges?
it's about a woman boiling her child so that she
Whoops.
may eat today and tomorrow. The king said unto her, what aileth thee? And she said to the king, I, I had to boil my child, and tomorrow we will boil her child so that we may eat. What the and there's plenty of killing kings, and it's a lot of violence in the Old Testament.
Well, where was, I'm sorry, you said Judges 2?
Judges 2 something. I sorry, yeah.
All right. Quick bathroom break. Sorry about that. Where were we at again?
Okay. Kings. Okay. 2 Kings 6:28-29. The siege of Samaria.
What are we looking at? Should I get a Bible?
Oh, God. Oh,
Should I get a Bible? New Testament, Old Testament?
Old Testament. Kings.
All right.
That's interesting. I'm not good at my books of the Bible. Don't
There you
remember
go. I
which order they're in.
put it right there in the chat.
Okay. Yeah. I just want to see my fancy. I got one with the original Hebrew, and I just want to
Once
take it
again,
for a test drive. It's
this is not a judgment of the Old Testament.
yes. No, I
Uh,
understand. You're
okay.
very respectful. I know that you're not bashing on any religions or anything.
What are we looking for again?
First Kings. Wait, here, something.
I haven't
Second
looked at a
Kings.
Bible in so long. Oh my. I need to get back in the Bible and do some more research because, yeah.
Second Kings 3.
You said looking for who?
6:28, 20.
What book are we looking for?
Kevin dropped a link in the chat. 2 Kings 6:28 and 29 are the verses. I'm looking at the whole passage here for the context. So it looks like
I'll
there's
let you do that.
so it's 24.
I'm probably totally taking this out of context.
Well,
But
I'm just looking at the here. So starting at 24. And afterwards it happened that Ben-Hadad, the king of Syria, gathered all his army and went up and laid siege to Samaria. And there was a great famine in Samaria, and behold, they were laying siege to it until the head of an ass was at 80 silver pieces, and a fourth of a cab of dove's dung at 5 silver pieces. What? That must mean something. And it happened that the king of Israel was passing by on the wall, and a woman cried to him, saying, Save my lord, O king. And he said, If Jehovah does not save you, from where shall I save you? Out of the threshing floor or out of the wine vat? And the king said to her, What ails you? And she said, This woman said to me, Give your son, and we will eat him today, and tomorrow we will eat my son. And we boiled my son and ate him. And I said to her on the next day, Give me your son, and we will eat him. But she hid her son. And it happened when the king heard the words of the woman, tore his garments, and was passing by on the wall. And people looked, and behold, the sackcloth was inside on his wait. What? That is 30. Okay. So, yeah. And he tore his garments, and he was passing by on the wall, and people looked, and behold, the sackcloth was inside on his flesh. And he said, So may God do to me, and more also, if the head of Elisha, the son of Shaphat, shall remain on him today. Right, wait, so the king was wearing sackcloth underneath his garments. But that is in Hebrew culture, that is a sign of like a declaration of massive disapproval. Tearing your garments, that is like that is what you do when you accuse someone of blaspheming or something of something unholy and an affront to God. That's the type of context. When the Pharisees heard uh, or challenged Jesus um, and asked him, challenged him, Are you the one we seek? And he said, I am. They tore his garments as a sign of disapproval because he had used the term I am, which is in Hebrew the sacred name of God. When Moses was confronted by God at the form of the burning bush, he's like, he asked him, who am I speaking to? What shall I call you? And God told him, I am that I am. When people ask who said these words, who were you speaking to? Tell them I am. So I am is a very sacred phrase in the Hebrew there. So that's the level of disapproval that is being expressed in this moment here. So it's not an endorsement of cannibalism or anything. It's the entire exact opposite there, it sounds like. And behold, the sackcloth was inside on his flesh. So when he tore his garment, he was wearing sackcloth underneath, which in biblical times was something that was done in penance. They were not garments that were considered fit for the king to be wearing. So there's a lot more to this story than just Kings, 2 Kings 6, 28 and 29. We really need to read the entire chapter and the entire siege of by the Sumerians in order to really understand the whole context. It's not saying boil your children alive and eat them. And
But I
it's
mean, did that happen?
did that happen? Yeah, that happened.
Yes, it happened.
Cool.
Yeah. Yeah. Old Testament, man. That's what they mean when they say get an Old Testament on you, right? Eye for an eye. Um,
Oh,
that was the prevailing code of justice of all of the surrounding kingdoms, and Israel kept straying away, and they kept having prophets sent back and bringing them back to worship of Jehovah, and then kept straying away and kept getting corrected. And they believed that God used foreign armies as a form of punishment. The Assyrian army, the Babylonians, and the Babylonian exile there um, was a punishment for their straying from worship of Jehovah. So this is a really
sounds like
interesting passage.
people being moved or pushed around the world is a common theme among human beings.
Yeah,
Definitely.
but it's not what God wants us to do to each other.
Oh, really? Was he wearing a sackcloth too? No. It's like, uh,
Mark's not gonna joke about the religion.
Well, I just want to make sure. I wasn't sure if there was a serious question there or not. I'm sorry. I don't mean to
no,
be a
I'm sorry.
spoil sport. It's just, you know,
I'm very sarcastic a lot, and
I caught it.
well, I mean, I don't know if there was I had to think if there was something that I wasn't getting, if there was, and clearly there was. Joke's on me, right?
I mean,
Is that yeah, that's fine.
you
That's
said
fine.
God disapproved. You said something like God disapproved, and I
Yeah.
said, well, was he wearing a sackcloth too?
Oh, he
You
was
know,
naked. He was stripped naked,
okay.
bare, and he was whipped by Roman
Uh,
soldiers in front of Pontius Pilate and crucified, nailed to a cross. It's brutal,
I
brutal
got a
death.
question for the religions type. Um, okay, so I don't know if you believe in the Trinity. Is that just a Catholic thing? I don't know. Um,
It's
so
yeah.
I'm gonna draw a diagram. So if God and Jesus and the Holy Spirit are all the same person, follow me on this.
Uh,
God gave God gave birth to his son, but that means Jesus screwed his mom.
Um,
mm, I get the. I mean, yeah, the concept of the Trinity is one of the most difficult things to deal with in all of Christian theology, and you jump right in. um,
And like the Holy
the
Spirit was cuckolding in the side or something.
well,
Um,
there's something there. There's a presupposition in the question that really is not is not correct. Um there's the Father and there's the Son and there's the Holy Spirit. Three
right,
persons. Three
but they keep
persons, one
calling them
God.
all the same. They can't have both. They can't have both lanes. Can't call them Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, and call them the same person.
Yes, you can. Yeah, well, yeah, okay, yeah, they're not the same person. They're the same God. One God, three persons in the form of the Trinity is what is traditionally referred to as the Godhead. And that comes from, that comes from biblical history all over. I'm going to sound like a fool if I try to defend it with passage
I
and
know.
verse because I don't know the Bible that well. But it's not Father and Son and Holy Spirit are all the same person, because
I know
Father
they're
and
not.
Son cannot be the same person, right?
That's what I'm
There's a
confused.
but it so it says in the New Testament, I think in John, it begins with in the begin. Oh, hey, it's right here. I'll flip to it.
Hey, I've been through 12 years of Catholic school, so I mean,
Right. Okay. So you know
I'm
all of this. Yeah. Kind of new to this particular Bible, so I'd still like to try to check this out, though. So,
Kevin,
yes, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Oh, and the original Greek, the word order, well, in the is implied. In beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and God was the Word.
be right back. God.
This one was in beginning with God. All things through him came, and without him came into not even one thing that came into being. Okay. Yeah. Should we keep on this, or do you think we might be drifting a little?
we drifted a lot. Religion wasn't even on the docket. We did nothing on the docket.
I could keep kind of going here. But yeah, so yeah, there's that like kind of a grandfather paradox sort of thing baked into that whole question. Like, can Jesus be his own father, really? And is he, how would he need to be? Well, but so that's the thing. It wasn't a literal physical act um by a physical man in the form of the Father that came down and impregnated Mary in the physical sense that all other humans have been conceived by. The the miraculous conception is the term in Catholic school. So yeah, it was not that God entered the woman like physically in that sense. God became flesh inside of her in order to enter the world. Yeah. Huh.
Okay, go ahead. No.
Kevin doesn't need a lesson on the Trinity from me, I think, was where we landed on this. The
Okay.
Catholic school and stuff. I could keep talking about and just speculating on and about, but that's maybe, I don't know. What do you think? We're already at 3 hours, past 3 hours.
What's another whatever, I've been
Yeah, the list, we only took Epstein off the list. We haven't done anything on the list. We were going to talk about ICE, the Constitution, conspiracy, And the
We talked,
environment,
we talked
politics,
about the
we did politics
Constitution
and Epstein.
and the
Huh?
Constitution. We touched on the Constitution.
Oh, yeah,
I
a
am
little bit. Yeah, we
concerned
did.
about which rights are not are being broken all through. But we could skip that. We could,
I'd like to hear what you have to say there.
okay. Let's see. I don't have them memorized. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Take a quick look at the Bill of Rights now. Okay, First Amendment, that's been broken. So that's the freedom of religion, speech, press, assembly, and petition.
How is the First Amendment thing?
Um, People have lost television shows because Trump demanded the FCC shut them down, or he would sue them.
I mean, that's a threat
St
by an individual that's not carrying the weight of the federal government. I don't think that that's a First Amendment violation necessarily.
it's the government shutting someone down, uh, yeah, under threat of lawsuit.
Which
I don't
TV
know how
shows
else.
was it?
Hmm?
Huh?
Which TV shows were shut down?
Colbert and Kimmel for some reason because they make the most jokes about Donald Trump.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Right.
I didn't know that was
Second
the reason.
Amendment. Second Amendment. I'm gonna say maybe.
I mean, Colbert Show was suffering for a long time in the lead up to that. It had poor ratings. It was struggling financially long before any lawsuit threats were being made. I don't think that Colbert was at his peak, so to speak, when he was taken off the air. I think he was on the outs, and that's a good excuse to save face by his PR people that First
Yeah.
Amendment constitutional da 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 da. I
Gee
don't know.
whiz, that sounds like something they would say on Fox News. If he was on the out, why did the FCC have to shut him down?
All I'm saying, I Google searched Colbert Report canceled why. And the answer I came up with right here, this is not me making anything up. This is not coming from Fox News, okay? This is Google's AI. Says, and in May 2026, citing financial reasons and a challenging backdrop in the late night. Yeah.
Technically, it
Challenging
was.
backdrop in the late night. Let me
Yeah,
see.
but there is another story to that. Why did the FCC tell them to shut down?
What's it? I mean, this is stuff I'm just hearing about from you and Googling in order to comment on. So
Second
just
Amendment.
please
I'm just
note that before
okay.
before any and please don't make any Fox News accusations because I
Oh yeah, okay. That sounds
don't
fair.
get anything from Fox News.
Okay. Um, protect uh protects the right and keep we know bear arms. I'm gonna say maybe on that. I'm gonna say he broke ICE broke the right to keep and bear arms by killing a man who had a gun. Um, he was, it's legal, open carry is legal in Minneapolis, and he did not have the gun open. They assaulted him and they shot him.
That's not a Second Amendment issue. That's just law enforcement
Yeah.
or
but-
for training. That's
Okay.
that's not a Second Amendment problem.
All right. That's why I put it in the
I'm a
maybe
strong
pile.
Second Amendment proponent too, so I push back on a lot there. So just know before you bring up Second Amendment, I like my guns.
Yeah. Yeah. No, but I'm just saying it's something to watch out for. If
Yes.
if they're um,
And
shooting
armed
people.
citizenry being important to the functioning of a state. The right of a citizen to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
Yeah. All right. Third Amendment prohibits quartering off soldier. Oh, think so. Maybe there's an example of that. Fourth Amendment protects against unreasonable. That's a big one. Protects against unreasonable searches and seizures. Requires warrants based on probable cause. They have done all of that. They they break down doors without warrants, and people disappear in the night. So, yeah, they have no reason to do these things. And that's that's probably the biggest one so far.
I mean, you say they have no reason to do these things. They say otherwise. Who should anybody believe? Uh,
Who, wait, who says otherwise?
they
You
do.
said they, but
The people kicking down the doors say they have reasons to be kicking down doors. The people telling them to go kick down those doors say they have
it,
reasons to be.
you always complain
So I
about
don't know.
this large federal government. Well, that's large federal government. People who, with no authorization, can kick it in your door and just take you to they're building prisons, at a record rate and throw you in there and never give you a trial. People are not getting trials. They're getting sent off
Certainly not
to,
speedy ones, at least.
well, that's a big difference between
I
quick
meant
and
that tongue in cheek more so. But
quick and never. So,
certainly not getting a right to a speedy trial, quick and fair trial.
yeah. Fifth Amendment, here we come to that due process protection for, and yeah. Um, no, they're not getting due process. Thoughts on that?
I
Uh,
mean, I don't know. Um, admittedly, I was looking over and reading there, and I did not catch what you asked. So sorry.
no problem. You could. All right. I'll just skip to. All right. 10th Amendment. Here's an interesting one. States have powers not delegated to the federal government are reserved to the states or the people.
Yeah. States' rights, man. Small
Yeah.
government, small federal government, massive
So
overreach all the
what
time.
is a federal militia doing in small towns?
By federal militia, you mean ICE?
Yes.
Yeah. What is it? The government should not be so big as to have boots on the ground militia apparatus in small town America. Massive government overreach. States' rights.
Okay.
It shouldn't be. If the states want to do that, then that's also a problem there. But
I would say.
that would be a problem to handle state by state, not something that we could necessarily address globally or should be addressed federally. That link I dropped in the chat there, charts of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was the backdrop of late night drop off that they were citing in the thing. So all late night show except for that one dude. What's his name? Gutfeld.
I don't know who the hell Gutfield is, but
Yeah, I don't know. Everybody else falling or near horizontal but slight decline. I mean, yeah, Colbert, based on that trend line, is not really a shining star for CBS's uh, uh, lineup show, whatever. I don't know.
not the point though.
The
The
threat of the
point,
lawsuit is about.
yeah, the FCC cannot take away your license for low ratings. If someone wants to fire a show or get rid of a show, that's the
Is
network's
that what
decision.
happened to Colbert?
Yeah, the FCC decided to cancel it without due reason, and Jimmy Kimmel. I'm not defending the ratings. I don't care. Get rid of the shows.
I mean, it's CBS that canceled it on their own. Scrutiny from the SEC regarding political fraud. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, again, massive government overreach. There shouldn't be an FCC.
A lot of controversy over the FCC over the years.
Um,
So we got up to 5. Was there 6 amendment violations?
I suppose.
oh,
Oh, yeah. Right to speedy public trial by an impartial jury of the state and district wherein the crime shall have been committed.
How about cruel and unusual punishment?
What form?
Guy died. They arrested. And they're once again, I gotta say, they're shooting people, and they're arresting people who are not guilty of the crimes, and they're locking them up in places they shouldn't be. People, they arrested a blind dude and then let him back out because I don't know why. And he froze to death on the, yeah, so I hope that's yeah, that's America, you know.
You guys want to end the stream?
No country is perfect, but I don't know if there's any other country I would rather live in at the same time.
Oh yeah, I would.
Yeah, where'd you go?
Yeah, if I could have, if I could list 5 countries. Um,
Okay.
Five
top
Is
five.
that
countries.
just
I
the
put
top
Egypt.
five, or is that all?
No, nothing in particular.
I got some
Guess
in no particular order. I say Egypt, Croatia, Paris, Canada, or Brazil. I think I said too many, right?
that's fine.
No,
Oh, that's fine.
Egypt, Canada, Croatia, Brazil. There was another one, but I forgot.
Canada.
Egypt, Canada, Croatia,
Yeah.
Brazil.
Why Croatia? What's up in Croatia?
I said a lot of different ones. I said way more than 5.
No, you said 5. I just can't remember the 5th one or the 4th
France.
one. France. Oh, France. Okay.
Yeah.
It's
Yes.
interesting that you didn't put very many English-speaking countries there. Only Canada.
Yeah. I gotta learn another
But
language. Get
you
out of
have to
here.
learn Arabic in Egypt, man. That Arabic is one of the top, like, top 3 or 4 most difficult languages for an Anglophone to learn. The Semitic
That's
languages
exactly why I want to
share,
learn.
the Semitic languages share nothing in common with the European language family, Proto-Indo-European languages.
It's a hard language to learn. Perfect reason to learn it.
Yeah.
So we go
Um,
Denmark. I think Denmark would be my number one.
Denmark does not accept many permanent
Right.
residents from foreign countries, so you probably wouldn't be able to get into permanent residency in Denmark,
We're just
especially now
growing.
with all this Greenland hullabaloo.
They have, I think, one of the tightest uh, immigration policies in the world. And they had an excellent reason. They stated why. Um, they put a statement out for their immigration, but I don't have it here. So,
So why is a tight immigration policy in the United States such a problem if you don't mind
I
living under a tight
I
immigration
agree.
policy?
I agree exactly with what their statement was. It was, something in order to balance the social needs of a society, such as uh, democratic socialist place as Denmark, we have to um, keep the population at a certain rate.
Yeah, keep Denmark Danish. How is that not worse than MAGA and immigration control in the United States? That sounds explicitly racist, honestly.
No,
The
I
Danish
think
are a very, very um, homogenized population, very, very ethnically uniform society, and with a tight immigration policy on top of that. That if you described that as a single enclaved state within the US, people would decry that as white supremacist and racist.
well, I'll get back to the national right wing nationalists who are out there, but no, I mean that's a very common view among a lot of people is just basic immigration policy. Nothing weird, nothing crazy, just not ICE. Okay. ICE is too far. It's dystopian. Okay.
But that
So
implies that there is a correct degree. And if it's not ice, if it's not zero, then where is that? And that's not, nobody can agree on that. If we compare between zero and ice is not even as far as what would be happening in Denmark if they had the population that we do. Given their laws, they would have a problem.
well,
The
they probably don't have a
undocumented,
problem
as we
because
call them here, would be labeled as illegal residents, and they would have to kick them out. And if they didn't, then they wouldn't have any sort of rule of law.
it's just such a small country, Denmark, first of all. And we
Okay,
have
so it's
two,
okay if it's a small place. If it's only a few people who are
no, I
doing
don't
it, then it's fine.
saying that makes their job a lot easier to monitor, you know?
Okay, so it's
As
only
far as
because it's a large country that we can't
I, I just want
push.
some people can, okay, there's has to be, we do need some immigrants. We all know that because they do,
Well, do
yeah, they do shitty
there are
jobs. Like,
there are some extreme. Um, oh, uh,
there's no immigrant going to come in here and take your engineer job. Trust me.
they do all the time.
Oh,
Engineers,
actually,
the
yes,
best and brightest from countries everywhere, all come to the United States to get
I forgot.
education
Yeah.
here, and then they don't go back to their countries. They don't take that knowledge back and improve their own countries. They come here and they get immigration status legally.
Well,
And
we should welcome these people because
right, yes, but the
eh,
ones who don't go through that process are flouting the rule of law. How do we welcome those people with open arms if that is the signal that they send by
well,
entering the country?
I'm sure it's different because now the Trump policy is crazy for immigrants. He's gotten rid of the intellectual. He sees intellectuals and migrants crossing the fence. He sees them as the same, and he wants them all out. So it's pretty much. I mean, the intellect. We've lost a lot of professors and stuff, and we're going to China now. China's the place to go for
I mean, all of those STEM professors, half of them were Chinese to begin with. They're just going home with their engineering degrees that they got here.
Right.
Welcome, China. I mean, that's how it should work. Come get a visa, come live here legally, pay your taxes, do everything the way the law says you should, and go when your time is up, if that's how you feel, or extend your time if that's how you feel. But follow
I
the
think
rule of law in the time that you're staying here.
they could easily pass a citizenship test and stay. That should be the standard. That was the standard, and it's we should more welcome these people because we're starved for
Well,
high.
can I ask a question?
Yeah, so nuts.
Uh, a few weeks ago, when we were talking in one of the Zoom meetings, there was the topic of the of like the special needs like programs and whatnot were come up, and my impression of your position was that you felt that giving all kinds of extra special accommodations to students these days is lowering the value of having higher education if they keep lowering the standards for getting it to, hold hands and giving extra time to somebody in a
Oh
test,
yeah.
whereas they should have had to pass that test whether they were handicapped or not in decades past, and that cheapens the value and the achievements of those who have worked to get those degrees to overcome their, any sort of issues and whatnot, right?
Thank you. I never thought it cheapened. I don't know if I said cheapen the value of other people's accomplishments, but I do think
Lower,
they need to earn, they need to learn and earn and perform in regular time because life's not going to slow down for them. I mean, if they're work, it doesn't matter if they're working in a grocery store or someplace else. They're not going to give you extra time to do accounting or something. If you crack too easily and you need a mental health day, twice a week.
then did you really deserve it
Right.
in the first place?
Is it? I just don't think that's the you
So
know.
why should not the same philosophical sentiment not apply to citizenship tests? And if you can't or are not willing to pass a citizenship test, if you don't, if you fail, why shouldn't you be denied? Why does why is I mean,
Well, that's the basic idea, isn't it? Yeah. Take offense,
right?
citizenship.
So if you're not passing any citizenship test, if you're going about living in the nation without having gone through any of these same standard tests that any other immigrant into the country would have had to pass, why does that same reasoning not apply to citizenship? in residency.
Mm.
Yeah. Going on 4 hours.
Are you saying that the ADHD stuff shouldn't apply to a residency test
No,
or something?
the same concept that if you can't pass the test in real time at the same level that everybody else did who had to
Okay.
pass that test, why would that not, why would the same sort of logical processes go through and apply to the problem
Yeah,
of
they
immigrant
should definitely
citizenship?
pass it. But to be honest, I don't really care about those. Um, uh,
Right, but
if I
that's how
think
you
you
do
should
it.
be,
And if you're not doing those tests, then you're not. That is the exact problem. And those are the people that ICE is supposed to find. And if you don't have any sort of enforcement mechanism for finding people who are not doing that, then you don't have a country if you don't enforce your borders. It just, I don't know. Not everybody is owed citizenship in the United States. We don't owe everybody who comes up to the border a, you know, an American passport and everything, you know.
yes,
Um,
I said
I'm sorry, I'm not saying that you said any of this. I'm just on a diatribe. I'm sorry.
no. It's once again compromise. I never said no border control or get rid of ICE. I'm
Yes,
just
I'm
saying
sorry. I didn't mean to characterize your position that way.
no, but it's just frustrating because I feel like you're not getting this. Like, I'm saying yes to border control, saying yes to scanning people who come into our
There's
country,
there's
but
somewhere between
I'm
where we
saying please
are
don't
and
shoot me in
zero.
the face.
Yeah, but it's
If I'm saying if I'm at a protest, don't tear gas me and mace me. And I'm saying that's the standard now is that
yeah.
they can roll over
So
you with a
there's
fucking SUV truck.
somewhere clearly between zero and where we are that we should be. But I haven't heard anything about where that correct position is, except that it's not here where we're at, and it's not at zero. And everybody seems to be saying this where we're at is a problem, and no border control is a problem, but not saying what the solution is. Like it seems like outrage without really any sort, I don't know. I don't know. I don't see
We've
any
we've
good
had border
solutions
control before,
necessarily
and
to
there are several paths from this. Most of immigrants come through Mexico, and most immigrants come up the southern border of Mexico because only like 30% of immigrants are actually Mexican. So I think
right.
we need to deal more with Mexico. That would be a smart plan. Do we have anyone in office who
But
does smart things?
when we've tried to tighten the border between Texas and Mexico, people get up in arms. The border wall was too far. I mean, it's a gigantic land line, just the Rio Grande River. I mean, how do you enforce that without militarizing it is a big open-ended question that nobody really has a feasible answer to, except not what we're doing. And
Oh
I don't
no,
know.
don't
I
make
think
that
something
mistake.
needs, huh?
They're just people in the desert looking at nothing, basically. That's what they're doing down at the Rio Grande. ICE in the city hunts down citizens.
Does it?
It's
I mean,
yes. I mean,
I don't know.
have
Yes.
you seen the video? Has nobody seen these videos?
Seen quite a few videos.
I've seen videos, but that doesn't.
Every day it's on the news here. They're protesting a few towns away every day. Some people just went to jail actually for protesting with children. Um, yeah,
What was the
the
guy's name?
children, the
Alex
children did the
Preddy.
walkout at the school, and think there was a woman and a man that got in trouble for
Yeah.
organizing it.
For using the school's children as props in their political statement. Yeah, I think they should have been arrested. They
Yeah.
deserve it.
That's a low. That's come on, Mark. You're better than that.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't
Uh,
think that I don't think that children should be taken and used in political statements like that. If the children were not already organizing themselves like it had been in the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School after that shooting there, that was genuine. This was led by a couple of adults. This is that's
yeah,
what happened. So
and they're all going to suffer now. The children are going to suffer.
how?
The minorities are going to be pulled from their house. There's video of that. An old man and a young boy. They were pulled away. No idea where they went, and they were returned a week later. Do you think they were? Yeah, no. Do you think they were MS-13 leaders?
It sucks that it happened, but they were returned. I mean,
So you're giving this is dystopian. And
no,
you're
I'm
willing,
not
you're
endorsing any of this. I'm just saying that they were returned. That week sucks.
with no accountability. This is
Right.
you're giving up your bill of rights.
I'm not
This,
giving up anything. I'm just saying that somewhere between where we're at and zero is the correct answer. But where is that? And I don't hear any good answers from anybody on the right side or the left side.
I
The
just
right
gave you
side
for you.
wants to go even further. Trump would have it even more if he could.
Yes, because he's a
And
psychopath, and it's just I
it's hard to succeed in politics without psychopathy as kind of a core to your personality, to be frank, if we're getting honest here. Um, so I don't know. Anybody can wrap it however they want to, but political aspirations are very, very highly, tightly connected and correlated with trait psychopathy, sociopathy. So, um, yes, agree, Donald Trump, but I'd say to varying degrees, almost everybody that you see in any high national level political office is probably a sociopathic um, individual, you know.
by odds probably not. Only
Um,
like
yeah,
three percent.
that's not correct. That's 3% of a wide randomized selection, not a particular. Let's here. Hold on. Yes, in
So,
Google AI overview, research indicates a positive correlation between political ambition, participation, and dark triad traits, narcissism, Machiavellianism, and subclinical psychopathy/sociopathy. These personality types are often drawn to power and, due to their capacity for manipulation and lack of empathy, they can be effective in politics, with higher rates observed in political extremists and during intense political competition. I reiterate that point.
right, well, super duper, you win.
Yes.
It's, yeah, all right, we're getting somewhere. It's just, um, what about the future? If we're sacrificing, giving more of our freedoms away, and it's commonplace, okay, so the next election, someone comes in and says, "Oh, I don't like a joke they made about me. Take that, take that show off, the network." And soon he or whoever just doesn't like anything. So the FCC has complete control of speech and everything, and you, because they have your data. And if you look at something that they don't approve of, you're on their shit list. And
FCC
yeah,
doesn't have any access to my internet browsing data, I don't think.
well, the internet, the school or the government does. Um, Amazon, everyone does. And we keep
The
pushing
internet
back
is,
on habeas corpus, everything. Is we're going to wake up and the government's going to be quartered in our house. They're just going to be able to walk in, and
arguably, they already are
I
digitally.
was gonna say that they're already just walking in.
Yeah, they're
that
already,
doesn't.
we are voluntarily quartering them in our homes with all of our devices.
Mhm.
I just got to ask you, you're okay with this just because of immigrants?
Hell no.
I'm
Uh,
not okay with anything. I've never
far from
endorsed
okay with
any.
it.
I know.
No.
It's just cool with you. I mean, like, you
No,
seem cool with it.
no. I'm There's no easy answers, is my point. There's no such thing as a free lunch, right?
Yeah,
That's
but there's such
that's
thing as a really bad lunch, and I think we're
that's
eating on that one right now.
that's a to the point um that is a hypothesized um theorem. I don't know if it's been mathematically conceptualized and fully proven, but the no free lunch theorem in engineering, you can't make improvements in one area without making sacrifices in another area. And we're at the extremes of this political experiment that is the United States. And the extremes is exactly where the no free lunch theorem lives. So there are no free lunches here. We can't improve something without making sacrifices in another area. So again, between zero and where we're at is a correct location. But where is that?
Like I said,
I
I
don't
don't
have
have,
an answer for it, so I'm
I don't,
asking. It's an open question.
I can't answer it because I don't have any experience in government or military.
I don't
Because,
think you need to have experience in government or military to have an opinion on the
well,
correct, like,
like I said,
application of force.
my opinion was to we could build up manufacturing in Mexico, perhaps, and uh, shut down at the southern border of Mexico, get more control there.
So would that be the U.S. military then going down and enforcing southern border policies in Mexico?
No, Mexico can take care of itself for the most part.
Can it? It's not even fully in control of large parts of its own national borders. The Sinaloa cartels or the Sinaloa has been largely dismantled, hasn't it? The new cartel, whatever it is, there's newer, more brutal um, individuals all rising to the top every time that the head of that snake is cut off. It's a hydra of vicious addiction. Um, but they're militarized to the point that the Mexican police don't dare go. Uh, so, uh, can Mexico take care of itself, really, without the U.S. assistance?
Yeah, I don't
It's
think
like
they
that.
need us.
What's that?
I said, yeah, I don't think they need us.
You
We're
don't?
involving ourselves where we weren't asked.
If they, yeah, well, then I don't think that they can fully control their southern border to the degree that we would need in order to have our southern border secure with jobs being built in Mexico as the solution for Mexican immigration coming here. And that doesn't answer the problem of drugs still coming into our country from the cartels. We would still need to defend our border from that illegal flow. Hence, we would still need ICE. That's customs enforcement.
The illegal flow of drugs. How do they come into the country?
Through the border any way possible.
No, no, literally, how through the border?
Drug mules, they smuggle them in cars. They have people. I mean, the border is so porous; they can just walk across. At some places, they can just send people through.
Right? They can.
Yeah,
That won't
and
bother
that
me so
was the
much.
wall. The border wall was the answer. And then the next election, Biden went and dismantled it, scrapped it
Uh-huh.
for less than cost. And so now it's a big gap. Um, I um,
Uh-uh.
it's it's not it's not something that can be closed down to drug traffic by just wishing it away. So how do we do that? What do we do?
It's more than a matter of border control. Immigrants are going to get over. You have to come to grips with that. Okay? It seems like you're a little,
Don't infantilize me, man. Come on.
you're a little worked up over the immigrants getting over. I mean, they're going to get over.
You seem more emotional than I've been, man, to be honest.
Oh, come on. Me, I'm cool as a guy just graduating
Pookie,
Catholic
Pookie,
school.
who's been more worked up?
Um, I plead the fifth. Yeah.
That's what politics
It's
does.
been some
They make
good
people.
points. There's been some good points back and forth. So, um, uh, yeah, I'm here for it. Yeah, you do have the list of what we've come here for today, right?
Me?
Were we
Having
going to talk about the
personal?
environment, or
Were we? Should we save some stuff to talk about in the future?
yeah, maybe we should.
Was our list really like we're going to talk about politics and the environment and immigration?
We were talking about.
Like
I
we're
wrote
going to talk
everything
about
down.
everything in the entirety of current events and a little bit of history.
Oh my God, I seriously just had like a random list of stuff, and yeah,
Yeah,
that
Yeah, I've got like 20 tabs that I've opened since this started.
last night, I did my homework on what we said we were gonna go through, which was environment, politics, ICE. We did the Constitution, a little on conspiracy and Epstein, and then go back a little bit over AI. We missed about 75% of what we said we were going to talk about.
That's fine. We don't need to talk about everything. We can have another conversation.
Um,
Give people a reason to tune in on Saturday. Morning show on Saturday.
yeah,
Plus, it's not morning even over in California anymore, is it?
no. We will see you guys next time.
and I promise I won't make any more religious jokes.